Or that should have done it. That should have done it. Let me know if you guys can now, like, after refreshing the page, if it's 1080 now. It worked? Okay, good. Good. All right, nice. All right. And now, properly, hello, everybody. Welcome. It's good to be back. Neos W, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate you. We will play some Master Duel later. Because obviously it's been a while since I've played, and I kind of want to get back into some of the new decks that came out last week. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Look, we need to do some. We need to do a lot of things this week. A lot of stuff to catch up on. Tebow, thank you for the 16 months. I'm glad to be back. First of all, in case anyone was wondering where I was over at Cart Market in Berlin, where where we did a lot of video filming, including the domain duel, which I'm not going to spoil the result, but the domain game was very, very fun. Domain is a format that I think is very, very fun to play, and I'm definitely going to keep my deck around in case I can find people to play with. That was a very, very cool experience. So yeah, you guys will have to wait and see. You'll have to wait and see how the game actually played out. What is domain? So I've been told that the people that made domain format don't like when you say this, but I will say it anyways. Domain format is basically the Yu-Gi-Oh version of Commander format in Magic, which is you have a deck master, you build your deck around that deck master, certain rules apply to it. There's only you only have one-ofs in your deck, and you play it with 4 people, right? And I've been told that they don't like when you call it Commander for Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it's Commander for Yu-Gi-Oh, all right? It is Commander for Yu-Gi-Oh. There's nothing wrong with it, with taking that concept and applying it to Yu-Gi-Oh, because it's a very fun concept and it's a very fun format. But it is Commander for Yu-Gi-Oh. No matter what you say, no matter how you twist it, it is Commander for Yu-Gi-Oh. But it's very fun, and we played that over at the Cart Market HQ or the studio. And I brought the deck that we built on stream together. I changed a couple of cards because I was told some cards work differently and so on and so forth. So I switched up like maybe 3 or 4 cards before I went there. But it's basically 95% the deck that we built on stream together. I brought there. It'll take some time for the video get edited because the raw footage of that game is like hours. Similar to a Commander game, like a 4-way game like that can take a lot of time, and it'll be edited for you guys to easily watch and all that kind of stuff. But it was a very long and cozy session, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. So you'll have to wait and see how that turned out. It'll be published over at the Cart Market YouTube channel, the Yu-Gi-Oh YouTube channel, which if you're not watching that one yet, it is they do a lot of fun stuff. It's also not the only video that I'll be in. We also did a lot of other recordings, so you guys might want to check that out. But yeah. Have you already built your Runic Centurion deck for Bologna? I'm actually doing solid progress in my prep for Bologna. However, I have arrived. But I have arrived at a point where I'm down to basically I'm deciding between 2 decks at the moment. And but I'm at the point where I don't want to say exactly which those 2 decks are because it might give too much information away. But we still have a lot of Bologna-themed content planned. For example, in case any of you missed it, if you are part of my Discord server, I made a channel in it where people can submit questions regarding the current format and regarding tournament preparation. And I was planning to host a stream this Thursday where I go over a lot of your guys' questions, like, hey, should I play this card in that deck? Or what do I do to prepare for that deck? I'm choosing between these 2 decks. What should I pick? That kind of thing, right? So, like, there's a channel in the Discord. I can't promise that we will go over every single question. We will have to select a couple and go over those, because otherwise there's already a lot of questions asked. But I figured I would tell you guys right now in case anyone didn't see it or is not in the Discord at the moment. Just one thing. Make sure to at least give the channel a little scroll to see if the question that you wanted to ask has already been asked. And if it's already been asked, instead of asking it again, react to the first person that asked it, so I can see which kind of questions people are more interested in, right? But I don't have to filter through like 50 duplicate questions, all right? But like, it's meant to be, so that's going to be something we will do either probably this week. Thursday was my plan to do that. And it's kind of meant to be like a sort of like a mix between like kind of like a deck doctor, but also other kind of questions, right? Depending on how it goes, we might do this again in the future. We'll see. But yeah, that is going on right now, I guess. So yeah. Anyways, Boxcar J, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much. Watase, thank you for the 24 months. Let us begin with a little warm up because I want to get into the things for today. Let me tell you, there's a lot of cards for us to go over, some of which I've seen already, like the long-awaited Necros support. And I can't wait to discuss these cards with you guys. Also, apparently there's Cyber support, which I haven't read yet, but I'm scared. But we'll see about that in a moment. We will also do a tier list later for non-engine for the current format, so all kinds of good stuff. And then we'll also play some Master Duel. Lots of things. Instead of yapping forever, let's just get started. Let's just get started. You feel familiar to me. Yes, that is Gazelle. Kind of slow today. Oh, this is Minefield Driller, I think. Yeah. This one I don't recognize right off the bat. I'm not sure what that is. Heraldic Beast? Amphisbaena. Okay, I would have not gotten that one. I would have not gotten that one. Or Bach Known, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you. That is the time. It's loading rather slow today, I feel like. I remember, it's been a while since I've played Card Guesser, a couple of days, but I don't remember it loading this slowly. I feel like I'm being sabotaged right now. Well, I can tell it's an Ancient Warrior, but it's not Double Dragon Lord, so I have no idea. Oh, that's the Salamangrate thingy. Salamangrate Emerald Eagle. Biohazard, thank you for the 5 gifties. Appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you. Felt like it. I mean, that is, I endorse that feeling. Appreciate you. I feel like we started off very strong and we haven't gotten points in like 2 minutes. That's Zephyra Providence. What is going on here? I have never seen this. Induced explosion. That is Equimax. I think. I hope. Yeah, okay. Hey, we guessed the card. Let's go. The point of this game has been fulfilled. Ooh. Wandering Mummy? No, Deslacuda? Oh, that. Okay. That is a conductor. But the superconductor Tyranno? No. Ultimate Tyranno? Nah. Is it? Oh yeah, just Ultimate Tyranno, not a conductor yet. Not a conductor yet! That's Feral Imp. Kami Sosa, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Dupe Frog! I can't believe I zoomed twice to find Dupe Frog. This is... Is this Sinister Necrom? No. Angmar. Oh, Angmar, right. Good day, Raw Dinosaur. Thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Ooh, Trigon! My boy Trigon. Been a while. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this the first time this has happened? Oh, it's not even that. It's not even circular. Which one is it? Diameter? Huh? It's diameter. They all look the same, dude. I could have sworn that was circular. I could have sworn it was my arch enemy. 7. No, double or nothing. Oh. Falco Shine, thank you for the 3 months. Nah. Ice Barrier, Zuijin. Okay. Morphtronic. Junk box, I think. Yeah. Keel. I think that's Keel. Please be Keel. Psychic vibes. Yeah. That is a psychic monster, but... Oh, Destructotron, I think. Destructotron. No? Oh, then it's a spell trap. Because that is Destructotron. I think. Maybe I lied? I have lied. Maybe? I don't know. The forest, eco? Yeah. Dude, that was lucky that it was at the very top. Yeah. Elbot, thank you for the 5 months. Please unban mine. Thank you for the 22. Even though I still will not agree with you. And out of Jambread, thank you for the 8 months. Nope, it does not say handshake. I don't know what this is. Margin trading. Ah. That is Ojama Country? Yep. I've seen this card. Yeah, it's Megaroid City. Please stop counting your sub months in pregnancies. Anyways, appreciate the 18 months. Libromancer realized? No. Libromancer bonded? What is it called? Affect. We might. We'll have to see how much time we have today. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I'm not sure if we have time for it because tomorrow I also have some stuff to do. We'll see. Energy settlement machine. Okay. Ooh, is this generator? No, that is insect anteater. Anteater eating giant, that one. Jammy Doge, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate all the support, everybody. Thank you. Assault dog. Toon masked sorcerer. Yep. Oh, that's Ash. Feel like that could have been gotten on the first Zoom. Just throwing the possibility out there. Antrim? Nope. Tummy ache? Nope. Ah, come on. Throws. There's no shot. Okay. I thought. It's not Prisma. It is Prisma. What? How about you name the thing that it's not, but it actually is that? I could have sworn Prisma was green. That's why I was like, it kind of looks like Prisma, but I think Prisma is green. Initialize. Rapka. Thriller Rapka. All right. As a shark expert, I should have gotten this one myself. What is that? Hexa saucer. The Hexa saucer. All right. Now, how about you give me some more relevant cards than that? So that I also could guess them. What is this? Barrel roll. Do a barrel roll. Sick. This could just be Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. Yeah. Does this feel familiar? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Scarlet. Ogre of Scarlet? Yeah. Oja Muscle? No. Brutal Potion. Okay. Mimimic? Mimimic. Okay. Bro, I have never seen these cards in my life. I'm not gonna lie. It'd be so much easier. Okay, this is Foolish Burial, I think. I just clicked too fast. Yeah. I think that's last turn. Yeah. Nah. Nah. Advanced Zone. Alright, maybe we can guess one more. We're not gonna make it to 800, but we have 700. Let's see how far we can get. We have 10 seconds. It's loading very slowly. I don't know. This one I also don't know. Cyber Angel something, maybe? I don't know. What was that even? Oh, Cyber Angel Izana. Okay. Well, 700 is what you'll get this day. Average round. Not terrible. Not great. It is what it is. Either the game was slow or I was slow today. One of the two. I would like to think it was the game, but who can really tell? Why what? Why what? Always blame the game. Always blame the game. That's how it goes. All right. You fell off? You really think so? That's unfortunate. Oh, wait. We're looking for a Warrior Xyz monster with a higher rank than 4. What is newer than 2015? So a high rank warrior that isn't a dark, but it is an Xyz. Is Photon Lord a warrior? Photon Lord is a warrior. Okay, but it is not that big. It's a rank 5, 6, or 7 from 2016 or 17. And it's not a dark or a light. That's gonna be one of those cringe chaos numbers or something. Pleiades. It's not a light. It like there's a lot of fire monsters, isn't there? Battling Boxer. Is there a rank 5 or 6 Battling Boxer? That is a 4. That's a 5, but that's from 2013. That's a 5, but it's from 2023. Crystal Zero. Is that a warrior? That is a warrior. Are you kidding me? All right, guys. Now it's your turn. It's a water warrior, rank 5, Xyz, exact same stats, and year 2017. What the hell is that? Is there another Crystal Zero? No, that's just not fair. That's just not fair. Nah. That is just not fair. All right. Well. That's the same card, my man. Why'd they make 2 of it? Grandmark, thank you for the full 2 years of support and the kind words. Appreciate you. All right. Ictuzio, thank you for the 23. Man, the best part about weekends is you come back on Monday or Tuesday and you get all the support at once. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right. We have, since I was gone for a couple of days, we have a lot of cards to go through before we will talk about some non-engine for the current TCG format. And then we'll also play some Master Duel. So there is something in this stream for everybody. We're doing new cards, we're doing TCG, we're doing Master Duel, everything today. Lots of things to talk about. And some of these cards I've seen before, some of them I have not. Let us begin with some cards announced for Promotion Pack 2024 in the OCG. We will start off with Festi Balloon, which is a level 8 light illusion effect monster. 0 attack, 0 defense. You can only use the third effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. Each time a monster declares an attack, this card gains 1,000 attack. During your main phase, you can make this card lose exactly 5,000 attack, and if you do, destroy all other cards on the field. Okay, I'm getting the feeling this card is meant to be a meme of some sorts. I have no idea what Promotion Pack 2024 is, but this card is just not useful at all. It's kind of like a for fun kind of concept card. The only theoretical use case for this card would be to give it 5,000 attacks somehow and then just nuke the board, but that is not very realistic at all, so that is not great. The idea behind it, I get it. Yeah, no, it's like a balloon, so you pump it up, right? It gets bigger, 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 bigger until it eventually explodes. It's kind of funny. But it is not very good. All right, then we have Secret Stash Slipshot Squirrel, which looks kind of cute. Level 1 Earth Beast effect monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During the main phase, quick effect, you can target up to 3 spell traps in your graveyard, banish them, and if you do, shuffle them into the deck during the end phase of the next turn. During your standby phase, you can target one of your banished spells or traps, set it. Okay. Also, from a competitive standpoint, not very good. I don't know if there's any deck that really benefits off of getting those spell traps banished immediately, but Paleo support, I mean, I don't know if I would call it that. Is it like the thing is during your standby phase implies that this card has survived a turn in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, which is not easy to do. So I don't know. The idea once again, it's like a squirrel hiding its stuff and then getting it back later. So it's very on theme. I like the flavor of it, but I don't think it's a good card. Ooh, Bazoo, the soul-eating demonic beast. We have a Bazoo retrain. That's kind of cool. I remember Bazoo. Rank 4 Earth Beast Xyz effect monster, 2,500 attack, 900 defense. Oh, those are the stats that Bazoo would have after you banish 3 monsters for it. That's kind of cool. It requires 3 level 4 monsters. Any Xyz material that is detached is banished. Once per chain, if a monster card is sent to the graveyard, detach 1 material from this card. If the last material is detached from this card, you can target up to 3 cards in the graveyards, attach them to this card as material. This is... Yeah, this is like... this is a Rice Heart from Wish. This is not as bad as the other 2 cards, but I think it's still not good. This would have been an interesting effect, I think, if it was a 2 material rank 4. Because the idea is you summon this, then you wait until it has no more materials, and then you get to attach like your opponent's graveyard to this, and then slowly banish them, right? Like you take cards out of your opponent's graveyard and then you keep banishing them. It is just way too hard to make because this is not worth 3 level 4s. And it is also way too slow because until this card runs out of materials, your opponent will probably have already outed it, right? Like, this is not it. On a if this card required 2 level 4s, it would have been, like, I think slightly more interesting, because in 2 ways, it would have been easier to summon. It would have been easier to summon, and it would have also been faster to activate, right? Like, because you don't have to detach 3 times before you can interact with your opponent's graveyard, only twice. So, like, it's I think the way it is, I see the idea behind it, but it's not very good. Oh! Now, okay. This card I already love, even though I know it's going to be terrible. But I love all the cards with this guy in it. It's peak. It's always great. Like, this is going to be another great wallpaper for Master Duel. Yeah, because my current wallpaper is Gift Exchange, where he receives a T-shirt and is just like incredibly unhappy about it, and it's peak. And this is just another one of those. It's called Shateki. It's a continuous spell. You can discard 1 card. You can discard 1 card, then target 1 monster your opponent controls that has a level, roll a 6-sided die, and apply this effect based on the result higher than the target's level. Destroy that target, then you can add a monster with the same original level from your deck to your hand. Also, you cannot activate the first effect of Shateki for the rest of this turn. Equal to or lower than the target's level, reduce that target's level by 1. Okay, it's not as bad as some of the other ones, but it is still, I think, unplayable. But in theory, you go second, your opponent summons a monster, you try to destroy it. If you don't succeed, the level goes down and you can try again, because the second effect is not once per turn, only the first one is, until eventually you will destroy it, and then, but you have to discard a card every time. So yeah. Against level 1, it's always good. No, you have to roll higher than its level. If there's a level 1, you still have a 1 in 6 chance to miss, quote unquote, right? So it is it's a pretty costly removal card, I will say. Like, this is not good at all, but the artwork is once again funny. What is happening on the artwork? Hold up. Very pixely. Is it like one of those arcade games where you have to shoot targets and bro just didn't do well? Because I think everyone else is having fun at the thingy, shooting at these kind of arcade games, and bro is maybe out of luck, or doesn't get to play, or yeah, he ran out of tokens to play, maybe that kind of thing. Yeah. Oh man, who is this guy? Does he have a monster? No, right? There's no like there's no monster. We don't even know the name of this card, right? Anyways, very relatable artworks every time. Sick. I'm getting the feeling right now for somehow, I don't know where I'm getting this feeling from, but it seems like these are some pack fillers for Promotion Pack 2024. Now, I don't know what the hell these cards are supposed to promote, but they're definitely not here to promote the competitive side, because they're not very competitive. But this artwork's cool. I'm happy this exists. We have Shadow Trouble, normal trap card. Target a face-up card your opponent controls. Apply this effect based on the number of cards with that name in your opponent's graveyard. 1, destroy it. 2, banish it. 3+, banish it. Also, all cards with that name from your opponent's field and graveyard face down. Okay, you know what? This card is terrible, but it is so close to actually being an all-right card. Like, if because the problem is basically, if your opponent doesn't have a card where they have a duplicate in the graveyard, this card does nothing. If they just added 1 bullet to it that said, like, if they have 0 of it in the graveyard, it also does something, then maybe it could be okay. But the problem is, like, on the first turn of the game, your opponent's graveyard is empty, they summon, and it does nothing. And, like, it'll take a while until it'll actually do something. Broken versus Cyber Dragon. Yeah, the third effect of this card you can only use, or it'll only ever happen if your opponent is playing a deck where multiple cards will have the same name. So yeah. yeah, Albaz or something like that, right? Like let's say let's imagine your opponent has like an Albion and 2 Albaz in the graveyard, and then normal summons another Albaz, and you just banish all of it. Like those kind of situations would be very funny. The problem is this card is just unusable because it does nothing if there is no duplicate in the graveyard. So I guess that also makes it pretty bad. And that's it for this batch of cards. Yeah, I don't know. These are just here to be whatever. These are just clearly pack fillers. Nothing here is ever going to see competitive play, I don't think. But all right. It is what it is. Moving on to something that, guys, this will definitely see competitive play, right? Surely, Copium, the new Necros support is good, right, guys? Right? Come on. Now, these came out 5 days ago, so I have read those already because I couldn't wait this long. I'm sorry. The new Necros cards, I had so much hope for these. I needed to check them out. I could not wait. But let's go over it together. It's been a couple days since I've read them, but let's discuss how we feel about these. Now, we have Avance, Swordsman of the Necros, who's a level 4 water spellcaster effect monster with 1500 attack, 800 defense. You can only use the 3rd effect of this card's name once per duel. Keep this in mind, because when I first read this card, I'm not gonna lie, I skipped over the once per duel portion, and I thought this card was way better than it is, and I thought it was hella broken. Turns out, it's not quite as broken as I thought because of the once per duel. I thought once per turn, and then I thought, you'll see what I mean in a moment. When this card is normal summoned, you can special summon a Necros monster from your deck except Avance, and there's another good target for that here. If you ritual summon exactly 1 ritual monster with a card effect that requires the use of monsters, this card you control can be used as the entire requirement. If this card is tributed by card effect, you can add any number of banished Necros cards with different names to your hand. So when I read this, I freaked out because I was like, oh my god, Necros now has infinite value. You keep adding back your banished ritual spells and all that. You never run out of it. You can like keep adding back Valkyries and targeting protection and whatever, and your Trishula for all that. Like, I thought it was crazy, and I thought Necros was so back until I realized it's once per duel to do that. Now, still, the potential on this card is pretty good, because what I like about this card is, in theory, like this card is a starter for Necros, but it also provides very, very good late game value. You could maybe use it on turn 1 to add back like 2 or 3 cards if you want. But if you want to wait with it, you can easily add back 5, 6, 7 cards with this. With like how the Necros mirrors banish themselves from the graveyard to add new ones, and you can banish like material for Necros, for the Necros mirror ritual spell that banishes for cost from the graveyard and all that kind of stuff. Like, this card potentially is very, very crazy value, and I think even with the once per duel clause, it is a very good card, and I like it. I like this guy a lot. I think it's very nice. Now, in order to evaluate this card better, because prior to these cards, what you would summon with this is rather mediocre, right? It would be Schmidt or maybe Great Sorcerer or something, like nothing crazy. But there is a good target for it in here, which is Emilia, Dance Princess of the Necros, so like a Dance Princess retrain. Level 4 water spellcaster effect monster, which, by the way, these are both water, so technically this will be a 1-card Bahamut Shark as well. You can only use the 1st and 2nd effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you have a warrior Necros monster on your field or in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. This is very easy to achieve because all of the Necros that you start your turn with by discarding them are warriors. So like Clausulus or Brionac. Brionac can even search this if you want. So you can very easily search this as an extender. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Necros ritual monster or a Necros spell from your deck to your hand. So also like free summon, adds on summon, and also has the entire requirement for a ritual summon effect. So honestly, both of these together especially are really, really good cards, right? Like they are really, really good. You can just normal summon this, add anything. You can rank 4, you can keep them as the entire tribute, whatever. Like, this is pretty good. The only thing about these two, I think that is different about like Schmidt, is that these two cannot be the full material when they're in the graveyard. I think Schmidt is worded differently. Give me a moment. Because these cards both say this card you control can be used as the entire requirement. They will not be able to be used as the entire requirement from hand or graveyard, which is relevant. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they didn't give these cards that, because that would have felt way more synergistic. Yeah, so sure, it says this card, like, sure, it can always be the entire requirement if you use it from hand or graveyard as well. These two don't do that. Other than that, like, basically that's my only critique point, is that's kind of awkward. Other than this, I think both of these cards are very cool and pretty strong for Necros, but that's not it. You have a level 9 Pendulum Necros called Necros of Metaltron. The Pendulum effect is you can only use the Pendulum effect once per turn. If your Necros card becomes banished face up, you can target a spell trap on the field to banish it. Now, I don't think this effect is crazy, but I still think it's really cool to have, because this makes it like the main reason to use this card. We'll look at it in a moment. The main reason for this card is its monster effect. But what it does mean is that if you play this card in your Necros deck, because it has a good monster effect, you automatically have a spell trap removal as well. Which the monster effect is you can ritual summon this card with any Necros ritual spell. Must be ritual summoned without using any level 9 monsters. This is all the high level Necros have. You can only use the first effect of this card once per turn. During the main phase, quick effect, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls, banish this card until the end phase, and if you do banish that target, any monster destroyed by battle with your Necros monster is banished. I like this card. I don't know why you guys are calling it mid. I think this card is very cool. This is like a mini SP Little Knight that banishes your opponent's monster permanently, and itself until the end phase. So it's like a recurring thing that you banish your opponent's cards, and this card keeps coming back. I think this card is very strong. Plus, this effect up here, while it's not insane, is still like a really cool bonus to have, right? Like, this is basically all this means is if you ever draw this card and your opponent has a floodgate or something, you can just out that floodgate. You know, I think this card is pretty cool. Now, and this is the theme with this, and this is I want to make it clear up front. I've read these cards before, and I am not sure that Necros is going to be like meta because of this, but they are still good cards. They are still good cards, and I do think that, like, I'm happy with these. I think they're all pretty cool. None of them are bad. I think the best one is yet to come, though. This is my favorite new support for the deck. It's called Necros Divine Mirror, quick play spell. You can only use the first and second effect each once per turn. During the main phase, ritual summon a Necros ritual monster from your hand or banishment by attributing monsters from your hand and or field, and or sending Necros monsters from your extra deck to the graveyard whose total level equal or exceeds its level. The reason why this is cool is for a couple of reasons. Let me point those out. And some of these are, like, at first glance when I read it, I didn't realize this. The first thing that you want to that is important to point out is that this is a quick play spell, which I didn't see at first. I just assumed because it was another mirror that this was a ritual spell, but no, this is a ritual. This is a quick play spell, which means you can now finally Trishula on the opponent's turn, which unironically, I don't know, like, I would not underestimate that ability. Trishula is broken on the opponent's turn. That ability is genuinely crazy. Being able to banish field, hand, graveyard at the same time is very powerful as a disruption. Like, that is very strong. The other thing, please make note of this. Trishula can miss timing. So if you activate this card as Chainlink 2, it will miss timing. But that is just, I think that is a good balancing factor for this card. You can't just, like, like you have to be careful. Basically, this makes the card worse. Of course, like the fact that Trishula can miss timing does make this card worse, but still, I think it introduces a lot of skill to playing with and against this card, right? Like this means your opponent can bait this card out. If your opponent knows that you have it set and your opponent goes into an SP Little Knight to banish it, then they are preventing you from summoning out Trishula and all that kind of stuff. But the thing I want to say is it's also not just limited to Trishula. Like, you can also, when your opponent summons something from the extra deck and activates its effect, you can chain it to summon Necros or Unicorn. Like, you can chain it to summon Unicorn, which is a very, very powerful floodgate. You can, like, if you're playing Necros, you summon Unicorn, and then your opponent outs the Unicorn, and then you use the spell card to summon another Unicorn. Like that, it's very, very annoying that this is a ritual spell. Annoying in the good sense. But yeah. The other thing I want to point out is that it has some niche synergy with Necros Metaltron, because if Necros Metaltron ends up in your extra deck because it's destroyed or anything, you will be able to use it as a cost for your other rituals, which is pretty good. Just a small bonus. The other thing is that summoning from banishment is also something that wasn't possible before. So now if your rituals get banished, you can actually just summon them from there. That is also pretty cool. Yeah. And then the secondary effect, during your main phase, you can banish this card and one Necros monster from your graveyard, add one Necros spell from your deck to your hand. The secondary effect on this card is also better than the secondary effect on the other Necros mirrors, because you can use it while you control monsters. With the other Necros mirrors, you have to have an empty field to search. This one, you can just activate, summon, and then add. So I honestly, overall, these cards, look, I think all four of these cards I'm very happy about. All four of these cards are right on theme with Necros. All of these, they feel like Necros cards from like literally 100%. They all feel exactly like I would imagine a new Necros card to feel. They don't change the identity of Necros at all. This feels exactly like how Necros should play, in my opinion, which makes me very happy. But they are also, in my opinion, all four of these cards are good. All four of these cards are good. And look, honestly, there's a good chance that Necros does not become top tier with this. Because while these cards are good, Necros needs a lot of help. Necros is very far behind the power level of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! At the moment. So it might not be enough, but 100% these cards will make me want to play Necros again. They will definitely, I will try them out. I will do my very best to make them work, because they look so fun as well. Like all of this is like, I think they look awesome. I wish, honestly, it's probably better that way, but I wish that this card was once per turn and not once per duel. I think it'd be too crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I think it'd be too powerful, but I still would have liked it. But I think this is cool. I like all of these cards. I think all of these cards would see play in a Necros deck after their release. And I'm gonna mess around with them for sure. I like it a lot. That does not necessarily mean that Necros will be tier 0 with these kind of cards. I still, at the point when these cards come out, there's a very realistic chance that other decks are still more powerful than Necros. But I like that these make me want to play Necros again. So I'm very happy with these. And honestly, I have very little critique even, because they feel balanced just right. Like, I think the quick play spell is balanced just by the fact that Trishula can miss timing. I think this card is just honestly a great card. Like the interaction that this card provides, in my opinion, seems very fun. Without just being like, I don't know, Omni Negate or anything like that. Like, this card seems very fun to play with. And then these two just feel like a better, like, it feels very outdated when you're normal summon Manju or Senju these days. That does not seem like an appropriate normal summon anymore for a ritual deck, so I'm glad they made these that feel just like a little bit stronger and a little bit more versatile than a Manju or a Senju, which basically, I mean, they don't do anything other than that one thing, right? These cards have value past what they do on summon, which is good. So yeah, overall, I have very little that I'm missing here. Like, I mean, you guys know I love Necros, so in my opinion, these could even be stronger, but I think they are just right. I like it. I'm happy with it. And I'm definitely going to try them once they're out. That I know that. All right, next up, we have Punk Support. Now, these I have not seen yet. We have No Punk Rising Scale, which is a level 8 Water Sea Serpent effect monster, 24/24. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can banish one other Punk card from your hand or graveyard, special summon this card from your hand. Ooh, okay, so a level 8 Punk that actually wants to summon itself instead of summoning the small guys. If this card is special summoned, you can pay 600 life points, take a Punk monster from your deck or graveyard, accept the level 8 monster, and either add it to your hand or special summon it. Okay. When a monster your opponent controls with 2500 or more attack activates its effect, quick effect, you can change it to face down defense position. Ooh. That card is crazy, I think. That card is like the only thing that you could even criticize about this card, but I'm not criticizing it because I think that's good. Is I think this card it's not a one card starter, right? But I think Punk has enough of those. But the fact that, like, this is, like, the best extender you could ask for, right? Like, you just, like, summon... Like, if your opponent interacts with you in any way, you just special this from your hand and just keep going. Right? Just special, go +1, have a level 8 on the board. This is a custom extender for Punk. Very, very strong. It opens up very easy Punisher lines, Amazing Dragon lines, whatever you want, basically. This card's crazy. Okay, continuing, we have Punk Jam Fever. Level 8 Light Psychic Exceed, 2 level 8 monsters. Once per turn, you can Exceed summon Punk Jam Fever by using a Punk Fusion or Synchro you control as material. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can pay 600 life points and detach a material from this card, draw one card. When another monster effect is activated and you have a level 3 psychic monster in your graveyard, quick effect, you can detach a material from this card, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that monster. Now, this card's also broken. This card's also broken. Holy. Okay, those are the only 2 cards, but those are some cards, dude. Holy shit. Okay. Now, this card... If you, okay, let's think about this. If you summon this over your Punk Synchro, you have to choose between one of these 2 effects because you will only have one material. So you can choose between pay 600 and draw a card or keep it around as a way to negate hand traps, which, by the way, this card I think was very strong, but I don't have an issue with its design. This card, I'm not too happy whenever they print these generic hand trap negations that you can just summon out way too easily. Like this reminds me a little bit. It's not quite the same, but it reminds me a little bit of like cards like Phantom of Yubel or Appaloosa. Now, it's not as easy to get to this point, right? Like if you have hand traps, you can try to hand trap the like the starters for the Punk deck, and then they might not get to a synchro. But other than that, like the idea that if I let my opponent cook for just a moment and then they get to their level 8 synchro, they can also negate my hand traps later. Like this will basically make it so Punk can probably play around Nibiru every time, for example. But yeah. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that this card, depending on what kind of deck you're using, it's not even bad to hard make this. Like, if your deck, let's say you play a deck that plays Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, which for example, in the current format, there is a couple of decks that play Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. If you have Ghost Ogre your opponent, This card is just a very good rank 1, right? This card is not rank 1, rank 8. This card is a very good rank 8 when you have a level 3 Psychic in the graveyard because it draws a card and it negates a monster effect. Or you can also not detach to draw a card, and it can be a monster negate on your turn and a monster negate on your opponent's turn. Right? So this card is this card's very good. Any level 8 is now a nib negate if you play Ogre. I mean, it's not as simple as that because you have to have an Ogre in the graveyard. Right? Because if I go first, I most likely will not have a Ghost Ogre in the graveyard yet. So it's like not as simple. I don't know how I feel about these two. It's hard for me to say because they're I know they're very strong. I'm just trying to figure out whether I like them or not. Because Punk is like, in a way, I think Punk is fine. Like the pure Punk deck, I've never had an issue with. I'm just trying to think if this will open up another one of those like opportunities to just play Punk cards in any deck and just spam like if you start, let's say you start with Foxy Tune, right? You go Foxy Tune, summon Zeamin, summon. No, let's say you summon. You start with Teleport. Teleport is easier. Teleport into Zeamin, into Foxy Tune effect, summon out Deer Note, make the level 8 Synchro, search, then put Jam Fever on top, and that is now a monster negate. And that is also summon number, is that summon number 5? I think that's summon number 5, right? Well, yeah. I think Punk is too big to be an engine now. You also can't mill with it anymore. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Honestly, we'll have to wait and see. I think these cards are good, though. These cards are definitely good. And I'm leaning towards saying they're okay. But I am a little scared regardless of these two. Yeah, I think that's how I feel right now. I think they're fine, but I could be wrong. And that scares me a little bit. But other than that, I think they're kind of cool. Because I do kind of like the pure Punk deck. The pure Punk deck has been fun. And in a perfect world, these two just help make the pure Punk deck like actually playable. And I think that'd be kind of cool. But we'll have to wait and see. All right. And now we have to look at something that I am not super excited about. Let's phrase it like this. We have new cyber support in the next set, which what was the short thing again? It was like Alliance Insight, which when it was announced, people were speculating, oh, it could be Ignister support because the short for it is AI. Other people were saying, oh no, it's gonna have Duelist Alliance support for the old Duelist Alliance archetypes. We have the first confirmation. Apparently, the Cyber believers were right. It was there is cyber support in there, and the meaning of the set title is probably because it's AI. It could be both. Maybe it's both. I don't know, but for sure there is cyber support. So yeah, let's hop right in and just hope that these are as bad as possible. We have Wizard at Ignister, level 4 Dark Cyber's effect monster, 1800 attack, 800 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of this card, name each once per turn. If you control a Cyber's monster special summoned from the extra deck, you can target a Dark Cyber's monster in your graveyard, special summon both this card from your hand and that monster in defense position. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except Cyber's monsters. Oh no! You're locked into Cyber's, guys. It's over. What are you gonna do, dude? The Cyber's lock, that's gonna definitely justify all of these cards. Yep. Nah, dude, being locked into Cybers, who could imagine that? Okay, you can banish this card from your field or graveyard, then target a monster your opponent controls, change its battle position. Okay. Right off the bat, I'm happy to report that this card is not a crazy one-card starter. It is a pretty powerful extender, though. But, you do need to, like, have a different... It's kind of like a Parallel Exceed. Right? This is just... Basically, I feel like it boils down to more copies of Parallel Exceed. Kind of. You know? Because, like, if you can summon something from the extra deck, this card will give you 2 extra bodies. Kind of thing. Well, we'll see. Back up at Ignister. Level 3 Dark Cyber's Tuner effect monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name once per turn. If you control a Cyber's monster special summon from the extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summon, you can add a Dark Cyber's monster from your deck to your hand, except back up at Ignister, then discard 1 card. Okay, so you summon any Cyber's Idiot, you link into a Cyber's Idiot, but one from the extra deck. Then you can summon this Idiot from your hand to search that Idiot. And then that Idiot can later on summon this one from the graveyard. Okay. We have Kuriku Link at Ignister, level 1 Dark Cyber's effect monster. 300, 200, you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Quick effect, you contribute an Ad Ignister monster, special summon this card from your hand or graveyard, but banish it when it leaves the field. Tribute an Ad Ignister, special summon this card from your hand or graveyard. Okay, so this lets you dodge, like, imperms. Yeah. When a card or effect is activated that targets a Cyber's monster you control, and you control the Cyber's monster special summon from the extra deck, you contribute this card and negate that effect. This, to me, feels like a card that might see play with the sole purpose of dodging all those hand traps, but that's basically it, right? Like, it won't do anything other than that. But it is alright, I guess. We have Firewall Saber Dragon. Oh god, I wake up sometimes at night hoping for more firewall support. That is definitely something that I want. Level 7 Dark Cyber Synchro Effect Monster. Materials, a tuner and a non-tuner. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can target a Cyber's monster in your graveyard or banishment, add it to your hand. You can target one other Cyber's monster you control that has a level. This card's level becomes that monster's. If this card is sent to the graveyard as link material, you can add an AI spell from your deck to your hand. Okay. So summon, add from graveyard or banish, then link it off to search an AI spell. Sick. I assume there's new AI spells as well. Okay, we have Code Igniter, who's a rank 4 Dark Cyber's Xyz effect monster. 2 level 4 monsters. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is Xyz summoned, you can add a Cyber's Ritual monster from your deck to your hand. Dude, I like... Is this supposed to be another one of those challenges where it's like, how often can we make Cyber summon in one turn? And it's like, you know, they already summon their entire extra deck on the first turn. So what could we do to make them summon even more? Oh, right. We just have, like, I mean, if you run out of extra deck that they can summon, we can add more blue cards into the main deck that they could special summon, which kind of feels like a summon from the extra deck, but it's not. So we're just going to extend our extra deck spaces into the main deck, basically, and so they can summon even more. Detach a monster, a material from this card, ritual summon a ritual monster from your hand by tributing monsters from your hand and or field whose total level equal or exceeds its level. If this card is sent to the graveyard as link material, you can add an AI trap from your deck to your hand. Oh, sick. Yeah, let's search more trap cards for the end board. Love that. The end board definitely needs more pieces. A Code Talker at Ignister, level 5 Dark Cyber's Link effect monster. Materials, 3+ effect monsters. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is link summoned, you can activate this effect. You cannot special summon other monsters for the rest of this turn. Also, special summon as many Cyberse monsters with 2300 attack from your graveyard as possible to your zones this card points to. And if you do, this card gains 500 attack for each. So this is kind of like your last summon of the thing, but you just summon everything from the graveyard. So like, sick, okay? When your opponent activates a card or effect, you contribute a link monster this card points to negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card. Oh, alright, cool. It summons 3 monsters from the graveyard and has an Omni Negate. That is certainly very, very cool and interactive. We have Tails. Ties? No, Ties, not Tails. Ties is the wordplay. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. Reveal a Cyberse monster in your hand. Apply this effect based on its attribute. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn after this card resolves excess Cyberse monsters. Oh no. Dark, special summon the revealed monster, and if you do, add a non-dark level 4 or lower Cyberse from your deck to your hand. Wait, what? Okay. Non-dark, shuffle the revealed monster into the deck, and if you do, add an Adignister monster with a different attribute from your deck to your hand. Okay, so this card is either a mini Signet mining, or it's completely busted, right? Like, if you have this with a Dark Cyberse, it's completely unreasonable. Like, it'll just special the monster and add. We have Partners, normal trap card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target face-up cards your opponent controls equal to the number of Cyberse monsters you control with 2300 original attack. Negate their effects until the end of this turn. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one of your banished Cyberse monsters, special summon it. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. And I think it's to no one's surprise. No one's surprised that I am a little biased on these cards. You know how I feel about these. If I look at every single one of these cards and I'm in pain. Because all of this card, every single one of these cards just scream, make my opponent's turn at least 2 minutes longer. Which, to be fair, relatively to how long the turns already were, it's not that big of a deal because it goes from like 28 minutes to 30 to 32 or something. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you expected from me. I find the concept of Cyberse combo decks already incredibly cringe. Some of these cards are definitely very good, so they make it, in my eyes, even more cringe. I don't know what to say. Some of these are very good cards, and I hope they never become meta relevant, but they very well could. The only thing that makes me happy about, or like that helps me in these dire times, is knowing that every single Molt Charmy is gonna mess these dudes up, no matter which one it is. Like whether it's Perulia, Fuvalos, or the new one that's Graver banished, like every single one of them is gonna fuck these decks up, and that makes me happy. And that's all I'll say. All right. As some of you guys are pointing out, these cards could also, I mean, maybe, I mean, the thing is, you guys are saying, hey, they are also secretly Malice support. What I'll say to that is, the more I hear about it, the more I do get the feeling that Malice is just like a Cyberse combo deck in disguise. So, like, yeah, of course these cards help Malice. Of course they help Malice. Like, yeah, Malice also has the ability to do some crazy Cyberse combos. So, yeah. Malice is the cool Cyberse deck. I'm pretty sure the cool Cyberse deck is already taken by Salad and Marincess to an extent. But we'll have to see about that. We'll have to see about that. All right. All right. Now that is, unless I've missed something, that should be all of the new cards to react to. Unless did I miss anything that you guys wanted to see? But I think I scrolled through YG organization. I think we have everything. The Dino Synchro? The Dino Synchro? Which one? Promotion pack, add Ignister. We did that. Punk cards. We did Necros support. Oh, this one. Oh, okay. Boreal Twin-Horned Carnivorous. Okay, yeah, I have indeed not seen this one yet. I kind of missed it. Level 6 Fire Dinosaur Synchro Tuner Effect Monster. Generic. Level 6. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Once per chain, during the main or battle phase, you can quick effect immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon a dinosaur monster using this card you control. When a monster declares an attack, you can special a dinosaur from your hand, ignoring its summoning conditions. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except dinosaurs. Okay, now is there a crazy dinosaur I can summon with it? Because I can't think of one. Like, if there is a very cool dinosaur to summon with it, then maybe it's cool. Jurak Meteor. Like, what's the, But Jurak Meteor... No, Jurak Meteor doesn't work. It needs a Jurak tuner. The other Jurak works. Jurak Astero. Well, that's the new one. Okay, so you make this one. Okay, I guess. Yeah, okay, but that, I mean, I feel like that would basically mean that this card is... Oh, now I closed it. Oh, it's fine. That means it's good in Jurax, and that's like it, right? It's like Dino Tenpai, but doesn't do what Tenpai does. That's what I felt like. It felt a little bit like you're trying to like go to the battle phase, attack, summon from your hand, attack, synchro, attack, that kind of thing. It's like it feels like Tenpai, but instead of killing with one card, you might need multiples, and like that is just a worse concept than Tenpai, right? Like surely. Feels like Tenpai without the field spell. Tenpai without the level 10 synchro that stops your opponent from playing the game in the battle phase. Like, it just feels so much worse than Tenpai, which I guess is a thing with that is something to realize about like Tenpai, is that from here on out, we're gonna have a very different look whenever they make a deck that wants to go second, right? Because we will always have to ask ourselves the question, is this better than Tenpai? And I'm not gonna lie, unless they kill Tenpai completely on a ban list, I think the answer is usually going to be no. Like, let's be real. How are they going to make a blind second deck that's better than Tenpai? I don't want to live in that world. That's crazy. Especially when it's about, like, trying to OTK, right? Like, if... I can't even imagine a deck that's better at OTKing than Tenpai. Like, holy... So, I don't know. Going second decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to be an interesting topic. As long as Tenpai is around, I can't really imagine them making a better OTK deck than Tenpai. Booble, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate that. All right. Now, let us move into some of the content for today. We will have a little bit of a discussion now about non-engine in the current TCG format. And I've decided to, once again, I've decided to combine this into one tier list instead of two, so we don't flood the YouTube channel with different tier list videos, and rather we just make one little discussion where we talk a little bit about how non-engine is positioned in the format right now, like wondering like, should I play hand traps? Should I play board breakers? Which hand traps should I play, and all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna have a discussion about these cards right now and their position in the format. Right before we start though, I want to say I left the categories a little more vague on purpose this time, because I always find it really hard to say like, oh, this card is like, what I usually do is like, oh, good in the main deck, good in the side deck, or only okay in the main. It's very hard to do this with non-engine cards, because like obviously certain cards are better in the main than they are in the side, but like I still find it weird to call a card that's really good in a side deck staple only like okay in the main or whatever. It's hard for me to say basically. So instead of doing that, we're just gonna rate the cards based on their playability between main and side deck, right? Like if you expect a card to be in everyone's deck, either main or side, it's going to be S tier basically. That's how I'm going to go about it. And whether you want to main or side deck those cards is just something we're going to talk about while we discuss the cards, right? And so that's just going to be something that you're going to have to listen to if you're watching this live or on YouTube, and make your own decision, right? I'm going to tell you like, hey, this card is good. In this circumstance, I would main deck it. In that circumstance, I would rather side deck it, and then you go from there, right? So I hope this helps. And if there's any other non-engine, if you're watching this on YouTube and there's any other non-engine cards that you would like my opinion on, feel free to drop a comment down below. And yeah, let's hop right in. All right, so first of all, we have let's combine these into categories. Let's talk about back row removal in general. Let's talk about some back row removal cards in the current format. And just as a premise, let me actually bring up the spreadsheet just so we have a relation on how, or some context on what the current format even is for the TCG. So let me bring this up. We have, at the moment of recording, this is kind of what we're looking at. Preparing for YCS Bologna, this is the kind of format you expect to face. The most common deck in this current week, or last week in Top Cut, was actually Tenpai, which slightly has overtaken Snake Eyes. But if you combine the fire decks, they are still more popular. Like the most played deck was Tenpai, but then shortly after there was Pure Snake Eye and Snake Eye Fire King, which are rather similar. Of course, they have their differences, but they are rather similar. And if you combine those two, then they would make up the most popular deck of the format, right? So like, I think it's a fair thing to say that the most popular deck is Snake Eye variants, then Tenpai, then you've got Yubel chilling next to Centurion, and I think everything else is considered rogue at this point. I think that's a fair thing to say. I think like Tenpai, Snake Eye, Yubel, and Centurion are your meta decks that you expect to face in every tournament that you go to, I think. And then everything else is like rogue decks that you could face, but might also not face. Like I'm talking Labyrinth, there's Memento here, some Mermails have topped here and there, I saw that. Got some Flu, Rescue Ace, Ritual Beast, Voiceless Voice, whatever. All kinds of stuff. There's a decent amount of rogue decks that are playable, but the ones that are mainly here to focus on, I think, is Tenpai, Snake Eye versions, Yubel, Centurion. So those are the main decks for this format. I think, why did I put Dark Ruler there? I wanted to put Lightning Storm. I think spell trap removal overall is rather mediocre in these instances, except for if you're playing Tenpai, I think playing Duster and Lightning Storm in your main deck or side deck is okay. Especially post side, they can help with some floodgates that people can use against Tenpai. Like, I don't know, there can be only one, or deck lockdown is in some of the Centurion decks. Of course, if they play Auxilla, or if they make Auxilla, then the Lightning Storm and Duster also don't work there. But I think overall, Lightning Storm and Feather Duster float around the A and B tier in Tenpai. But in other decks, I would not really recommend these cards. I think there's better cards for going second than back row removal. And there's not really a deck in the format that really suffers from it, right? It's not like in past formats where there was always like that one, like maybe Labyrinth was more popular and you were like, okay, against those decks, I just slap down the duster and I win the game. Right now, there is not a deck like that, so I don't know if I like those cards. However, I think Cosmic Cyclone is a whole different beast. I think Cosmic Cyclone is an S tier card right now, and I think it's being played a lot already, so I have a hard time calling it underrated. But it's just one of those cards that does a lot without, like, it seems like such a fair card, but I think Cosmic Cyclone is actually a phenomenal card right now. Like, it does so many things. If you look at this current format, it's like against Fire King, the card is good going first and second because you can hit like Fire King Island with it to out their entire board. You can also hit Fire King Island when they're trying to make their board. It's very good against Centurion going first and second because you can stop them from synchro summoning on your turn by hitting either the field spell or the Centurions in their spell and trap zone. It's also good at stopping Centurion when you go first. It is also a useful card against, like, whether you side deck it against Tenpai depends on your deck and what other cards you have, but it can be very good against Tenpai because you can hit the field spell and then you can interact with all their board. It's good against Yubel if you go first. I wouldn't side it going second against Yubel. But Cosmic Cyclone is just super versatile and has very high value targets in every matchup. And that makes it an S tier card overall, but I want to preface that by saying I think it's still a side deck card only. It's a side deck card only because I simply think in too many matchups, it is not good enough going second that you can afford to main deck it. Like, it's good enough against Centurion, but I would argue, like, against Yubel, it doesn't do enough going second. Against Fire King as well, like, yes, you can Cosmic the Fountain, but if your deck's engine is not really, really good, you might still lose to what they have after that. But I think I expect to see Cosmic Cyclone in almost any side deck. And keep this also in mind when you're watching this. I think like your deck choice in a way also should depend on what kind of non-engine people play at the moment. And I think Cosmic Cyclone is very popular. So like playing a deck that sucks into Cosmic Cyclone is very risky right now. So like if you're thinking like, oh, should I play a Runic combo deck right now? My answer is probably not, because a lot of the non-engine that people play at the moment are very good against it. Like Cosmic Cyclone is an example of a card that will be very much expected. So yeah, this is Cosmic Cyclone, very, very good. Retaliating Sea. Retaliating Sea is a card that I think has seen a decent amount of popularity in recent weeks, and I do like the card. I think it is powerful. The thing that you have to realize with Retaliating Sea, though, is that it only works against some of the decks. It's rather niche, so right off the get-go, I think it's only a side deck card. And the thing, my issue with it, it's like, yes, it's good against Snake Eye and Fire King, but it only works if your opponent decides to go for the Azamina portion. Like, because if they are going for example, if you're playing against pure Snake Eye and they start with the Abel Star and you let it go through, your opponent, after side decking, could very easily make the decision to just go directly for original instead of going for the Azamina cards. And at that point, it will become a little bit awkward. Like, yeah, you can still retaliating on OSS, but then they can just summon Ash, search Poplar, summon Poplar, make SP to banish your Retaliating Sea, and then maybe keep playing. Like, it's not as good on OSS than it is on Deception, I think. But overall, I'm going to rate it A or B. Definitely not S. But I do think if you want a card that is specifically good for Snake Eye, I think Retaliating Sea does that. But that is up to you, right? Do you want to play a card that's only good in basically one matchup? Because out of these other matchups, I don't think there is many popular decks that this card hits. Like, yeah, some rogue decks you can hit with it, like Branded. or maybe you can even side deck it against Voiceless Voice, but I mean it's risky because they don't always summon with their spell cards. Sometimes they summon with Saphira and then you can't use it. You could use it against like Runic combo as well. When they activate a Runic to special Hugin and you chain Retaliating Seed, they will cry. So like it has some rogue application, but against the meta decks, it's only good against fire. And even there, sometimes they could play around it. So take it with a grain of salt, but I do think it still is a decent card. It's just rather niche, so it's not as versatile as you would maybe want it to be. Chalice is, I just have a database, basically a folder where all of these images are, and I just keep adding them back. Chalice seems too low impact to me right now. I'm not sure if there is a deck where I would play Chalice. I can't think of one, so I'm just gonna throw it in D for now. But yeah, it's just in here, but I don't love it. Drollin Lockbird is a card that I'm gonna throw in A tier. I think Drollin Lockbird is solid. I like it, specifically against Fire King, and I do also like it against Azamina. Like, I think it's good. I think the problem with Drollin Lockbird is that, like, it doesn't stop your opponent from really getting anything, if that makes sense. Like, if you, let's say you imperm your opponent or you ash your opponent, they will also lose a card in the process, or like they will miss out on a search or something. With Drollin Lockbird, it is possible for them to hold their resources for the next turn. So unless your deck is really good at capitalizing on your opponent taking a turn, like because they don't stop playing entirely, right? It depends on their hand, but they might still set up some board and then might have some non-engine. And then if your deck can't punish that really hard, then Drolling like is not as impactful. But Droll is potentially really strong against Snake Eye versions, and also decent against Yubel, depending on how they start. It is also, in some decks, an option to stop your opponent's Fuvalos or Purulia. I think that is rather niche and usually not a winning play, because you will usually have to give your opponent a couple cards and then also lose a Drollin Lockbird. But it can be, sometimes it can be worth it. But Drollin Lockbird overall, the reason why I'm still putting it in A is because I think it's rather useful, and it also it's main deckable, right? And that's important, right? A lot of these cards so far were only good in the side deck. Droll is actually a card that you can main deck, and I think it's solid for that. Called by the Grave is also an A tier card right now. I like it. The only reason I'm not throwing it in S is because in some matchups, if you go second, it's not good enough. So you might only want to side deck it, but my suggestion is, in every single deck that loses to Shifter, you should be at least side decking Called by the Grave, which is a lot of decks in the format. So you should at least side deck Called by the Grave in those decks. And it is just also, it's a very solid interruption if you go first against Snake Eye or whatever, like being able to Called by the Grave when they try to tag out with a Snake Eye monster or something like that. It can be very powerful. In some decks, you can even main deck it, because it can also be good going second into like the fire decks. Like if you can Called by the Promethean Princess, you can Called by the Garunics and all that kind of stuff. I think Called by the Grave is very versatile right now. It has a lot of high value targets in the format, like including Shifter. So I think it's a very, very powerful card. Crossout Designator is probably also an A tier card. I think this card I would not main deck right now. I think if you main deck Crossout in any deck, you make it way too centered around winning the dice roll, because Crossout going second, quite frankly, is terrible into any of the meta decks. If you start with it, going second, it'll basically be a blank. If your opponent combos, you are not beating it. So like, I think this card is only side deckable. The reason why it's not a the reason why I don't think it's S tier is because in the decks that are afraid of Fuvalos or Purulia, you have to do some very awkward deck building when you're going first. Like, you would have to have a Fuvalos in your deck, or you would have to have a like a Purulia in your deck to be able to cross them out, and you don't have to draw them. And I think there is, honestly, there is other solutions that we will talk about later that people are doing to stop Fuvalos, or not to stop Fuvalos, but to beat Fuvalos, that I think might be better than Crossout, and that's why it's not S tier. But it is a good card regardless. But let's just talk about that alternative. The alternative is Thrust. Thrust is something that people use in a lot of decks right now, and it's basically, it's exclusively a side deck card from what I'm seeing in most decks. But it is a very effective one, because what people do is they just start their turn, they see if they get Fuvalost or Peruliad, and then they, instead of negating it with a Crossout, which requires you to play a brick in your own Fuvalost or whatever, going first, they just play Thrust with D-Barrier or Different Dimension Ground, so that if you get your turn skipped by one of the Fuvalosses or Dimension Shifter, you can just turn skip them back. And as cringe of a concept as turn skipping is, I think it's very effective. I think it's more effective than Crossout at beating the Mulch Armies and Shifter, because you don't have to play the bricks for it in the main deck. Because if you go first and you draw a D-Barrier against Tenpai, that is much better than drawing a Fuvalos that you kept in your deck because of Crossout. So like, I think Thrust is a very good side deck card, and it's very funny because normally Thrust is like something that people use for going second. In this format, I don't even know if these decks really side deck this card going second, maybe in some matchups, but for the most part, this is just for going first with some added utility for sometimes you can side it in going second with talents. But yeah, I think it's very strong against specifically, like, I mean, look, Shifter has very little counterplay. I think Fuvalos and Perulia you can get away with. Like, you don't have to have an out for those. Like, you can play a deck that has solid lines under it. Shifter is just very, very hard to outplay, right? So being able to set barrier with Thrust is very powerful. And I think that is more reliable than Crossout. So, and also this includes, I didn't include like cards like D-Barrier and Different Dimension Ground in the list because I just wanted to mention them alongside Thrust. Those cards, obviously, for going first, they are good. We don't have to talk about it. If you want to play cards for going first in your side deck, cards like Thrust, D-Barrier, Different Dimension Grounds, those are like go-to good options. Yeah, they're powerful. Dark Ruler No More, I think, is not very good right now. I don't see a great use case for it. I think board breakers, low-key, are a little bit better than people give it credit for, because theoretically, against like Fire King or Snake Eye versions, you could break their boards with the right breakers, but I think Dark Ruler No More just is not the one for that, because so much interaction happens from the graveyard or from the spell trap zone or even from the hand. You add to that Dark Ruler No More is basically not main deckable, because that is the thing with board breakers right now. I think board breakers are genuinely okay into the fire decks, and they are also okay into like Yubel, depending on what kind of board breakers you can play. But because Tenpai takes up such a huge portion of the format and that forces you to go first, you can't really main deck board breakers because they all suck going first against Tenpai. Like, even the ones that theoretically have a use case, like a Droplet, is not great against Tenpai, because if they make you start, you never know if they play Lightning Storm or Duster or whatever, and then even then, Droplet is very inefficient. So like, Dark Ruler is one of the worst board breakers right now, and board breakers are not in a great position to begin with. We'll rate some board breakers higher than this. I think some of them are genuinely playable right now, but Dark Ruler is just not it. Ash Blossom, Omega S tier right now. Omega S tier. No, like, honestly, no matter what deck you're playing, Ash Blossom is probably going to be in there. In the combo decks, it stops the Mulch Armies. Against Tenpai, it's one of the cards that stops Kaiman, which is very, very good. I realized I forgot to add the Dominus cards into this. Well, the editor is going to have to make some work with the Dominus cards, but Ash Blossom is S tier. I don't think we have to talk about it. This is one of those formats where Ash has super valuable targets against all of the decks, and it's just great. And it even helps you stop the Mulch Armies if your deck really cares about them. All right, let's talk about the Dominus cards before I forget, because I unfortunately forgot to put them in. Dominus Impulse is also right next to Ash Blossom, Omega S tier. That card, if your deck can play it, play it. Period. If your deck can afford to play Dominus Impulse, very good card. No questions asked. And Dominus Purge is, I think, like, look, Dominus Purge is underrated because there's not many decks that can play it. I mean, I don't know, Voiceless Voice, I guess, or something. But I will say, I think Dominus Purge is also, I would put it into like low A tier. The only problem is not many decks can use it. Like Impulse is S because there's very strong meta decks that can just play Impulse. Dominus Purge is still good, but there's not many decks that can use it. But in those decks, it's still good. So I'm putting Dominus Impulse S tier, no questions asked. Dominus Purge A tier, with the caveat that not many decks can play it, but if you can play it, it's still solid. Bell, I think Bell is like a B tier hand trap right now. My issue with Bell basically is if you look at the format right now, you also have to look at like how many hand traps can people play. And I'm actually happy to report that I feel like the average number of hand traps, while it's still up there, it's gone down slightly from past formats, right? Like I think the Snake Eye decks, especially the Fire King versions, they're like down to like 12 to 15. And usually what you will see is like Ash Blossom is set in stone, Impulse is set in stone, Imperm is also, I mean, we're going to talk about Imperm, but Imperm is phenomenal. So those will already be slots that are taken up. Then a lot of decks are also like main decking Fuvalos right now, which is also fair enough. We'll talk about that later. And so the Bell, while I don't think Bell is a bad card, I think with the amount of slots that people have available, I just don't think Bell makes the cut, right? And so like, I'm not going to put it in C or D because I think Bell has use cases, right? Like you can stop Wanted with it. You can sometimes maybe catch someone off guard and stop the Flamberge Revive if they don't chain block properly. You can sometimes even mess with the Azamina cards, right? Like there's ways you can use Bell. You can negate Cult by the Grave. That's one of the few cards that can do that. Card is good, but the card only works, or I would only play the card if you have a lot of room for hand traps, basically, right? And most decks right now don't have that. The only decks that can maybe take a look at Bell are decks like Centurion, where I think that could be something, right? But like I don't think Bell is part of the best 15 or 18 hand traps, right? Books, I think books are quite bad, probably. The only decks that I could see using books, because we're going to talk about Valor and Imperm in a moment. I think both Valor and Imperm are pretty strong. If your deck really struck like Ritual Beast, right? In Ritual Beast, Book of Eclipse is probably like a B tier card. Because in Ritual Beast, you can use it to dodge like Valor, Imperm, Nibiru, and then you can still contact Fuse. But that's a very niche use case, I feel like. But yeah, maybe I'll put Eclipse in high C because there is use cases for it. Chimera could use it, yeah. In those decks, it's a little better than that. Overall, I wouldn't recommend Book of Eclipse though. I wouldn't recommend Book of Eclipse to the broad, you know, like the majority of the decks in the meta. If you're playing one of those niche use cases, you'll know for yourself that Book of Eclipse is better than in your deck than, right? So that's fair enough. Effect negation hand traps. Valor, Imperm, Mourner. I think Imperm is S tier. Imperm is very, very nice because it doesn't trigger thrust, especially post side. If your opponent starts with one play and a thrust, and you just Imperm that, it's very neat. It also has great synergies with Dominus Impulse. So if you're already playing a deck with Dominus Impulse, if you Imperm first, then if you Imperm first, then your Impulse could destroy a card that it would otherwise not destroy. That's really cool. I think Imperm is very strong. I think Valor is also very strong. I'm putting Valor and Mourner into A tier. And this is simply because of what I said earlier for Bell. Both of these cards are good. The problem is they might not make the cut, right? But you also have to decide between, do I want more effect negation or do I just want to draw? I think it's like kind of in between here. But the thing is, like, if you make your non-engine for these meta decks right now, like, there's very little wiggle room, right? You're gonna play Ash, you're gonna play Imperm, you're gonna play Impulse, you're probably gonna play Fuvalos, and then you're already at 12. You don't have that many choices left to make, right? You can't play Valor and Mourner and Droll, right? So like that's why these cards lose some value, because they just have strong competition. But I still want to put them up here in A tier. I still want to put them up here in A tier, because if you do play a deck that plays a lot of hand traps, like for example, the Centurion deck I played at Regionals, I played both Valor and Mourner, and I really liked them. But I wouldn't do that in Fire King, for example, because I don't have the room for it. So it depends, but I think they are still valuable. The reason why I think Mourner is still good, even though it is worse than Valor and Imperm, I think negating Dia Bellstar, because Dia Bellstar is such an important, like, it's such an important piece of the combo, right? For all the Dia Bellstar, like Snake Eye decks, like being able to just negate Dia Bellstar is really, really nice. And that I like. Both conflict with Impulse, that is also true. If you're playing an Impulse deck, you're much better off just not playing those to avoid the risk of conflict in that sense. Yeah. Abystials, I am unfortunately putting into the B tier as non-engine right now. As non-engine, Bestials are not great at the moment. The G Pretender, thank you for the 11 months. In Tenpai, I think you main deck both Molcharmies. I personally think. Bestials are mediocre as non-engine, because they simply don't hit these decks hard enough. Like, they simply don't do enough to the Snake Eye and Fire King decks. They don't do anything against Tenpai. Literally, the only reason to play Bestials right now, in my opinion, is because you want them as an engine. If your deck makes use of the Bestials as an engine, they're fine. For example, you're playing Centurion and you want the grind game from Regained and you want the quick synchro into Chaos Angel, those kind of things, fine, right? But if you're just playing them for non-engine, they're not great. You could side deck them maybe for some rogue decks. They could still mess up like Branded or something if you think that's the best option. But simply as non-engine, because we're talking non-engine right now, I think these cards are not that great. Generally, yeah. Then we have some steel cards, some change of heart, mind control type of cards that you just take your opponent's board with and try to work that way. I don't think these are great right now. I mean, I don't have to tell you, but that is only side deck, never main deck. And if you play against Fire King, they will probably just hear in whatever you try to take. And that's not great for you. If you play against pure Snake Eye, it also won't do much. I don't think it's good enough. I don't think this is. They're not terrible. They're better. I think they're better than Dark Ruler in some matchups, but like they're just not enough, right? Like that yeah. Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. This thing is always here, and every time we do this, I have to think about, like, is there an actual good application for this at the moment? Taking out Promethean Princess, I suppose, could be pretty nice. But then again, I'm not sure. Is that enough? I don't think it would be. I don't know, maybe if you're playing a board breaker deck and you pair it with cherries to take away their Promethean, because that's like a lot of interruption. Maybe you want to take Phantom of Yugioh or something, so they lose some bodies and one interrupt. I don't know. Look, if there was an experimental category, I would put this card in that one right now, because I feel like there are some valuable targets, but I don't know if there are enough valuable targets, and I'm not convinced by it. I'm not convinced that this does enough, unless you pair it with a bunch of other hand traps. But at that point, if you're playing a lot of hand traps, then why don't you just prevent your opponent from doing stuff instead of taking away one extra deck option? DD Crow is not bad, but I think it suffers a similar problem than Bell. It simply does not make the cut with the deck space that people have for non-engine at the moment. DD Crow will simply not make it. Which does not mean it's terrible, and if you do play a deck with a lot of non-engine spaces, you can consider it. But yeah, it's unlikely to make the cut. What about Cherry for the Tenpai Mirror? It seems nice. That could be a niche application that I can see. That is not really a general kind of non-engine evaluation, though. That's more like a tech card for the Tenpai Mirror. Maybe that's fine. I'm gonna be honest with you. My expertise in the Tenpai Mirror match is limited, but like I could imagine if you take away the level 7 synchro, when they force you to go first and then you let them cook and then you take away the 7 and then, yeah, but you could still die, right? I don't know. Maybe it's good. You just try it. Play some Tenpai Mirrors and see if Cherries is actually good. There's a chance for it. But I don't know. I don't know the goo in the Tenpai Mirror, unfortunately, that well. Super Poly. Super Poly is one of those cards that I think is, look, I think playing board breakers right now is definitely not the norm. It's definitely, people are playing hand traps, and I think that's for good reason. But I think if you were to try a board breaker approach, I think Super Poly is one of the better ones. For a couple of reasons. Now, my main reason is if you go first against Tenpai, for example, and you get shifted, then Super Poly at the very least is it's a decent interruption against Tenpai if they don't hard open the field spell. There's a good chance that you can Super Poly them. So like I think this is one of the better board breakers if you were to play a board breaker approach. But it also obviously it requires extra deck space. So it immediately is like out of the question if you're playing, I don't know. I don't know if like fire decks can even afford the extra deck space. I don't think Bell can afford the extra deck space either. But in theory, if your deck has extra deck space, I think the Super Polys are fine in a board breaker approach. So I could see it. Dark Hole Raigeki. Wow. The thing about these cards is I'm looking at them and I'm like, if I have one of those cards against Fire King, they will literally have more monsters than before, right? Like if you Raigeki Fire Kings, they have more monsters on their field than than before you Raigeki. So the thing about those though is that if you need multiples Raigeki Dark Holes, and then they actually start hurting the deck, right? Because like the first time around, everything floats. The second time around, maybe just the Arvata floats or something like that, or just the Kirin. But then they're done, right? So like a lot of that stuff, you're right. A lot of that stuff is once per turn. And so if you can take out a lot of those activations with 1 or 2 cards, then that could help you. But honestly, I still don't see any deck playing that kind of approach other than Tenpai. If you're playing Tenpai, you could try and compare the hand trap approach to the board wipe approach, and maybe you will end up liking the board wipes better against the fire matchups. Possible. But I think in other decks, I don't see myself going that route. I don't see myself just playing Dark Hole and Raigeki and hoping I draw like 2 of them to get rid of a bunch of their once per turn effects. And then I start playing and hope that that's enough. And maybe like not get hand trapped, because otherwise I also won't win. It's tough because the general problem about Snake Eye is still like the same as always is like, if you let them play, they will always have a lot of guaranteed follow-up, right? Especially Fire King, Snake Eye. Like, if you don't kill that deck, they will kill you most of the time unless you are able to stop them from getting into their engine with hand traps. So like, you can Dark Hole, Raigeki, Snake Eye, but if you don't kill them, they probably still win, and that's difficult. So I don't know how I feel about it. The only deck that can do that is Tenpai, essentially. That is good at killing, right? So yeah. Droplet, I think, is fine. Droplet is another one of those, if you were playing a board breaker deck, then this card is a solid option because you can use it going first, you can use it going second, and it will interact with a decent portion of the Snake Eye board. Not everything, though, because still Promethean in the graveyard, potentially Kirin and Garunix in hand. I will say, in general, the popularity of the Fire King as Amina cards right now, they make board breakers so much harder to play because they just have so much. Like, the Fire King deck just has crazy layered interruption. It's very hard to like negate something and then cook, right? That kind of stuff is difficult. Econ. Econ. Probably, I would probably prefer Econ over Change of Heart and Mind Control because there's a small chance you could main deck it, and it lets you dodge effect negation, which is very common right now. You know, Imperm is basically everywhere. Veiler is kind of common, and you can like take away their fire monsters, so they might not have something to destroy with Promethean or something like that. It's okay, but I still only am gonna put it into C tier. But I feel like it's higher than Change of Heart and Mind Control. To be fair, I think Book of Eclipse goes here, though. Evenly matched. Evenly matched sucks against Tenpai, obviously. Evenly matched sucks against... It kind of sucks against Centurion, because you have to waste your battle phase just to get Omni negated on it. It's not good against... The problem with Evenly is you do need to pair Evenly with another non-engine. If you don't pair Evenly, it will just get negated by every single deck, right? Like, they either have Desiree if they're playing the Fiendsmith cards in their Snake Eye deck or Yubel deck, they will have Desiree to negate it. If they're just playing Azamina cards, they will have the Azamina Omni negate. And even if Evenly resolves against Fire King, they might still have a lot of interruptions because, like, Kirin in hand, Garunix in graveyard, Promethean in graveyard, there's no guarantee you win even after resolving Evenly. However, I will say there is like the same problem with some hand traps, right? Like, some certain hand traps also will not be enough alone. So you need to pair those non-engines as well. I think Evenly is not terrible, but it also isn't great. So I'm going to put it at the top of C. I think it's like... My general problem with board breakers is that I just feel like the hand trap approaches are stronger right now and way more popular. And like, if you evenly your opponent and you need to pair evenly with another non-engine and then your opponent still plays hand traps to stop you after that, I don't know. And you lose your battle phase, so I'm not super happy about that. Fenrir or Kashtira cards in general are like solid non-engine. I've seen, like, the thing is, I've seen some people play these in like what Centurion that has more room for non-engine, because I think it is pretty similar to cards like Bell, Crow, and Bestials. It's like, this will never be your first choice of non-engine, right? This could be your non-engine choice if you have infinite space for non-engine, like 20 or something, and you don't want to play all hand traps. Fenrir is okay, right? So I think it just goes into the B tier. It can carry some games, but you will not prioritize it over other non-engine, right? You just wouldn't do that. Cyframes. And this is not just Gamma. I played, if you watched my Centurion deck profile from Regionals, I played Cyframe Delta as well. I think those are good hand traps that you can side deck if you want. I tried them. I liked them. Every time I drew Delta, it was actually quite impactful against the Snake Eye deck. I'm going to put it into B tier because it's only side deck, never main deck, and you have to play a driver for it. So like, they're not as flexible and as good as some of these other hand traps, but if you are playing a hand trap approach, I think you can consider putting these into your side deck. It is worth pointing out that it's a little dangerous because people play thrust, and if you delta or gamma, they can thrust for talents or bonfire, those kind of cards, right? Like if you stop them with a side frame and they have the talents, they can choose to go for a spell card because you have monsters. So it's a little dangerous, but the payoff is potentially really strong, right? Like stopping deception and all that kind of stuff is pretty nice. I do like it. Tributing your opponent's shit is the next category. I guess we have a couple of cards in that category. Let's go through this rather quickly because it's a lot of cards. Kaijus, too low impact. No shot, one kaiju is good enough. Same with Santa Claus. The only exception, I want to say real quick, Tenpai players I have seen play these cards to out the Fucho. The little rank 1 that the fire decks can make on their shifter, or just in general when they know it's Tenpai, they can make the little bird that makes them unkillable. And for that one specific use case, for that one niche, I mean, it's not that niche, fire is relatively popular, but like if you're playing Tenpai and you want to have a chance to out that card, then those cards are good. In that case, they would be like a B tier option. But in general, I think they're not. I wouldn't recommend playing them. But like if you're playing Tenpai and that applies to you, I think those are fine. Yeah. And then Sphere Mode and Lava Golem. I'm pretty sure both of these cards, if your deck can play them, they are good right now. Like if I Sphere Mode my opponent against Duel or Snake Eye, that is pretty impactful. Lava Golem is kind of iffy because that gives them a fire monster for Promethean and Garunix. It's actually kind of randomly annoying. So even if they, let's say they end on only 2 fire monsters and you have Lava Golem, they will still have a fire monster. That's why I think Lava Golem is kind of ass. And it also will not be enough against like Duel. Like against Duel, you'd rather tribute 3 than 2 because they usually have more than 2 monsters. So I think Sphere Mode is the better one. And it is very niche because not many decks can use it, but if your deck can, it's fine. Kurikara, on the other hand, now the wonderful thing about Kurikara is that now that we're doing a non-engine tier list and not a hand trap and board breaker separate version, people can stop asking where Kurikara is, because whenever I make a hand trap discussion, people are like, where's Kurikara? Anyways, Kurikara sucks. It's in D tier, in case you're wondering. Can you elaborate which decks can run them and don't need their normal summon? It's not many. Labyrinth comes to mind for Spear Mode, basically. I'm not sure where else I would consider. I mean, Kashtira, if you're playing that. I don't know, Pearly. Yeah, a lot of like rogue-ish decks, right? So like it's not super meta relevant. Like you wouldn't do it in any of the meta decks. But there are some decks that can do it. Yeah, like Trap Lab, Pearly. Yeah. Chimera can, but like there's some decks that can play it, but then they will become more bricky because they cut the number of starters in half. Right? Like, yes, theoretically, in Chimera, there is a chance that you can open Sphere Mode and Nightmare Apprentice, but there's also a chance you just draw Sphere Mode Gazelle or Sphere Mode Mirror Sword Knight, and it just won't work out, right? So like you cut your numbers of starters in half just to play Sphere Mode, and it's not ideal. Lancia, can't think of a use case right now that is realistic, so I'm cutting it or putting it down to D tier. Metaltronus, I think, had a great time in the last format when every deck was playing Fiendsmith. It had some very niche applications. So I think like it was good last format. I think right now it's a little iffy for Metaltronus. I'm not sure. You can. It's like a B tier card, low B tier. It's just like you need a very specific reason to play it. In most decks, you're just going to play these cards up here instead, and that's probably better. But Yeah, you just don't know what you're facing, right? Like, do I need to have to banish a Fiendsmith, or do I want to banish a what's it called? The fire cards. It's not very good against Tenpai at all. Yeah, it's difficult to play that card right now. Nibiru, in my eyes, is like, here's the thing with Nibiru. Nibiru alone does not work against any of the decks in the format. Like, Nibiru alone does not work against the fire decks. It does not work against Yubel. It does not work against Centurion. And it's also ass against Tenpai. But if you pair Nibiru, it becomes stronger in some of those matchups. And it also is one of those cards that, in theory, it shouldn't work against those decks. In practice, when you play a tournament, there are a decent amount of people that will not know the perfect lines to play around Nibiru, and they will go for suboptimal plays into it, and then you can punish them. It's like one of those moments where if you play Nibiru, you're going to have it in your hand a decent amount of the time, and your opponent is going to respect it, and it's not going to be great. But then when you cut Nibiru, you're gonna definitely have games where your opponent just hits into it like 100%, and you are like, oh man, if I had Nibiru here, you'd be cooked, right? And so, like, I think whether you want to play Nibiru or not, I think it's highly subjective. I think some people like to have the safety, right? Like of playing Nibiru, and it's like, if my opponent overcommits, if I ever catch my opponent making a misplay, I can really punish it. That is a good ability to have, right? Being able to punish mistakes like that is great. Some of these other hand traps are not as good at that, right? Like an Imperm is not as good at punishing mistakes, right? Like, if my Snake Eye opponent normal summons something, I Imperm it, and then they have Dia Bellstar. That is not a real skill check, right? They will obviously know, okay, now I use Dia Bellstar to cook. With Nibiru, it's a little different. So I think it's subjective whether you want to play it. In theory, it's only, I think, in B tier right now. But obviously, it gets better the more people disrespect it, and the more people like make suboptimal combos, right? So yeah. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit goes around here. I kind of like it right now. I actually think it's a solid card. It has applications against all of the meta decks, right? It's good against Centurion. It's good against Azamina cards. It's good against IP Masquerena. It's good against the Yubel continuous spell, Nightmare Pain. It's even against Tenpai. If they have the field spell and they use it to search, you can Ghost Ogre it. So I think Ghost Ogre is quite flexible right now. It's obviously both Veiler and Ogre have the problem that Impulse locks you out of light monsters. So that's why they're not really being played in those decks. But I think overall, in other decks, like in Centurion, for example, I liked it, right? In Centurion, I liked it because that deck didn't play Impulse anyways, and Ghost Ogre was cool for that. So I do like Ghost Ogre, but I don't think it makes the cut in some of the fire decks because they prioritize Impulse over it, but it still is a good card. Pankratops, rather low impact right now, would not recommend. C tier. Molcharmies. All right. To everyone's surprise, both of these cards are S tier. I will say, I think, despite Molcharmy Fuvolas being a very popular card right now, I think people are overplaying it a little bit. It is S tier, but I unironically think there are some decks out there that shouldn't play it, and they are still playing it. I think, for example, I did not play this card in my Centurion deck. Because my Centurion deck was trying to stop my opponent from cooking, and Fuvolas is the kind of card that wants your opponent to cook. So you can only, I think you can only play Fuvolas, or you should only play Fuvolas in decks that has very strong engine that can beat over your opponent's boards. That includes Fire King Snake Eye, maybe Yubel, and Tenpai. Those kind of decks are perfect to play with Fuvolas, because if your opponent makes a weaker board and gives you 2 or 3 cards, you can definitely punish that. In like Centurion, I didn't feel like playing it because I don't want my opponent to even make a half board, because Centurion is not very good at breaking that. In those kind of decks, I think Purulia is really, really good. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think Purulia, even though Fuvolos comes out and kind of like overshadows it, I think Purulia lost nothing in its quality. I think Purulia is still a crazy good card. I think Purulia is still very, very strong. Both of these cards are format defining and S tier for sure. Where's Impulse? Impulse, we already talked about Impulse. I forgot to put the image in here. The editor is going to edit and add it in post. But Impulse is also S tier, of course. Dimension Shifter goes into the S tier right away. Obviously with the caveat that only decks that can play Shifter should play Shifter, but Shifter is obviously crazy. That card's insane. And if your deck can play Shifter, it should play Shifter. Simple as that. Skullmeister, probably after Bestials or after DD Crow, right? Like it's one of those cards that Skullmeister would basically be in a hypothetical world. Skullmeister is a fine card, but it would be your hand trap number 24 or something, maybe, which means that most decks are simply not going to play it. Yeah. Is Dogwood missing? I mean, Dogwood is not a hand trap, guys. What do you want me to tell? What do you want me to say about Dogwood? This question happens every time we do this, and I don't understand. Like, what do you want me to say? Yes, if you're close to time, Dogwood is crazy. If you're not close to time, Dogwood is shit. So, like, if your deck is very slow, yeah, you can play Dogwood, but it's not really a hand trap. So, yeah, I don't know. Ultimate Slayer goes right into the batch of board breakers that if you were to play board breakers, it is good. But the bigger question is, do you even want to play board breakers to begin with? But if you do, I think Slayer is fine. If you have the extra deck space, it's very similar to Super Poly, with the downside that Super Poly is better in the main because it's better going first. But like, both of these cards are like, if you play board breakers and you have extra deck space, then they are solid. So, yeah, that's Ultimate Slayer for you. Talents is pretty good. It's not amazing, but it has solid applications going first and second. The main reason why Talents is in the A tier right now is because most people will want to play a one-of copy of Talents because most people will play Thrust. And that is basically, you want to make sure you have a good target for Thrust when you're going second or when your opponent has a monster on the board. I don't think Talents is S tier because as a standalone non-engine, it's not as good. Like, it will, like, Purulia and sometimes Fuvolos can happen in the draw phase. Going second, I think I would rather draw a hand trap than Talents because most boards are not broken by a single Talents. Even if you pair Talents, it's kind of iffy because if you pair Talents with a hand trap, it's like, well, sometimes your opponent just stops playing completely and then Talents is dead. Or your opponent still makes a board that Talents might not break. It's difficult to evaluate, but I think Talents is good as a 1 or 2 of, but I wouldn't recommend playing 3 copies of Talents in most decks because it simply isn't good enough on its own. It's good as a thrust target. And then we have Phantasme, who is solid. I hate to say it, but I don't think it's that great right now. Problem with Phantasme is the following things. Number 1, sucks against Tenpai. Number 2, not many decks are playing, or not all the decks are playing Fiendsmith right now. So you get like, Phantasme happens against the fire decks at a point where you already wanted to stop them. Like, what are you going to draw with Phantasme right now? You cannot draw Imperm, you cannot draw Fuvolos, you cannot draw Purulia because you have monsters on the board. You can draw into like Veiler, Ash, Ogre, whatever. If you draw into Ogre, it won't do anything because they've probably already, they usually start with the Azamina stuff, right? And the Azamina stuff doesn't trigger the Phantasme. So I think Phantasme is mid because of that. I think what you draw is too low impact late into, like, you draw Droll and Lockbird, that's probably too late. You draw an Effect Veiler, okay, I mean, but if these Azamina cards have already put up an Omni Negate, then that's kind of late too. It kind of works with board breakers if you want to, that'd be fine. But like most of these hand traps are best if you use them early, and so Phantasme draws them usually too late, so I don't love it. All right. I'm just saying with 2K people, there's going to be people coming and going, and it's not unreasonable to expect the tier list to have all the guys on it or an explanation of why they're missing. So, look, see, the thing is, I forgot to add Dominus Impulse and Dominus Purge. So what you're saying is I should have remembered, I should have prepared for the, for me forgetting them, and I should have prepared a category where I put the cards that I will forget. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry that I forgot to add them. We talked about them, and when this video comes out, they will be in it. Okay? I don't know. I was just saying why chat shouldn't be mean to people that just joined and ask why they're not there. No, I mean, yeah, no one should be mean to anyone for asking where Impulse is. I'm just explaining why I didn't answer every single time when someone asked where Impulse is, because I don't want to say 10 times that I forgot it. It's gonna be here when the video drops, and we did talk about it. So all you have to do is, can't you just put it yourself? I can add it, but then I think it'll blow up the entire thing and I'd have to redo it because I only noticed it halfway through. Had I noticed it before, I would have just added it. Yes, but I noticed it halfway through, and then it was a little too late to restart. So yes, I'm sorry I forgot the 2 Dominus cards, but we did mention them, so they are going to be in the video. Heatwave is, I mean, Heatwave is solid in Tenpai. That's about it. I don't know if other decks, I've rarely seen other decks play Heatwave. Well, what about the Solemns? I think Solemns are fine right now for going, citing them for going first is okay. I don't think they're better than the Thrust package though. And I don't know if you play both. Like, I quite like the approach of, I'm going to play a Thrust package, so I go first and I try to combo, and if they stop me or Fuvolos or Shifter or anything, I just Thrust to set D-Barrier. That feels better to me than just setting one Judgment or one Strike, because I think it's way more likely to die against one Judgment or one Strike than it is to die against, like, under a D-Barrier. So, yeah. Magical Spring? Magical Spring. Magical Spring is, I mean, the problem is, like, I think it's good against Centurion, but good against Centurion only. Right? And that is, I don't think that's worth it, to be honest with you. Like, I think at that point, just play Cosmic and Ghost Ogre, and you're going to have better coverage while still being good against Centurion. Can you explain the Thrust package? So the idea is you side deck 3 copies of Triple Tactics Thrust, and then any amount of D-Barrier and different Dimension Ground. It can be 1 each, but you could play more if you wanted to. And you, if you go first against like Tenpai or any other deck, you put in like Thrust plus the trap card that's good against it, so that if you get Dimension Shifted or Molcharmi Fuvolost or Molcharmi Peruliad and you can't properly push into it, you just go Thrust to set that trap card to stop them from playing on their turn, so that you basically outlast their hand trap, right? Like, you get Shifted, and then you can wait until the turn after where you're not under Shifter anymore, and then you start playing. I wasn't here for Gamma, but if Gamma was semi-limited, would you move it to S tier? No, I wouldn't. I think, I mean, this was already about Psi frames in general, so I was counting them as Gamma and Delta together, so it was already 4 copies, which is why it's even in B tier. If it was only Gamma as like 1 Gamma, 1 driver, I would have to create new tiers for that, because that'd be in like Q. All right. Anyways, if you are watching this on YouTube, I hope this helps you decide what kind of deck to play and what kind of non-engine to play in it. If there's any other cards that you would like your opinion on, would like my opinion on, then feel free to drop a comment down below. I'll try to answer them. Without further ado, thank you for watching the video, and make sure to subscribe to the channel if you like that kind of content to make sure I can make more of it. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Say goodbye to YouTube chat. What about Sakuretsu armor? Sakuretsu armor is 1 tier above the random gamma. So, yeah. Okay. And with that, let us... Also, just a heads up. Just a quick heads up. I have good news regarding the, well, supposed good news regarding the cloud card grading sponsor, where I promised you guys the giveaway, right? Cloud card grading. Make sure to check them out if you feel like grading any of your favorite cards. !CCG in the chat. But we have already we've talked about this in the past. We've made a Joshua Schmidt signature collection, and that should be coming in shortly. They said to me it's already shipped. So once those cards arrive here, we'll be having a huge giveaway where you guys can win some graded cards from Cloud Card Grading that are also, they're all signed by me, and they are a lot of signature cards of the channel. There's going to be like, I don't remember exactly all the cards we voted for, but it was like a bunch of Runics, a bunch of Paleos. I'm pretty sure Sky Striker Ace Ray is in there as well, and Circular and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be, I think it's cool for you guys to win those kind of cards. There's going to be, I think, 20 different cards with 5 copies each. In the cooperation. I'm gonna tell you guys a little more about it once they arrive here, so I can show them to you guys. It's gonna be another sponsored segment at some point throughout the week once they get here. But yeah, how many floodgates? There's no floodgates in there, I think. There's no floodgates in there, I think. Well, yeah. Anyways, just wanted to mention that that's coming soon. And if you guys already want to check out Cloud Card Grading, !CCG, and you can use Joshua 10 for 10% off this month, I think. That's pretty cool. All right, but I'll tell you more about that when we get to that point this week. That would be the only Ray I don't want to rip apart. Hey, what? I would understand if you said that about Circular, but Ray, come on. Ray's fine. I don't really know how I feel about those cards in it. I honestly, I think I can tell you a little workaround. If you don't have access to the Bystials and you want to play Centurion, literally just play more hand traps. You know, it might sound weird, but I think at this point just slap in those extra like crows or bells or whatever you're not playing right now, and yeah. Imagine missing login days. I miss login days fairly frequently on Master Duel. Whenever I'm too busy over the weekend or something, I just forget. It's very unfortunate, but it happens a decent amount. Okay, so where were we here? They've announced 2 new festivals. Now, is it just me? Is it just me, or is Xyz's Link like a festival every month or something? It's like, come on, man, make one of them like Edison format or something as a festival or stuff. Like, come on, it's every time I'm looking at it, it's like only Xyz this time, only Links this time. Every time, man, like, come on. Isn't this literally the event from like last month but slightly changed. Like last time it was what? Link, Synchro, and Fusion. And now it's just Link and Exceed. Yeah, the rewards. I mean, the rewards are cool. This is always the thing with these events. It's like the rewards are always sick. Look at this mate base. You got a little runway, like round, like whatever it's called, sushi thingy. It's really cool, and you get a lot of gems from these events. So it's always cool when they happen. But I would also love them to be cooler than just, hey, you can only play Exceeds now. Anyways, we'll probably play Paleo in this one, to no one's surprise. What is Extra Zero? Extra Zero, probably just no extra deck, I would assume. No extra deck, okay. And you get Opening of the Spirit Gates, all right. Well, we will play those once they run around. This one will start in 2 days, and this one will start in 6 days. So, yeah. All right. Well, we are still in Diamond, so we need to do something about that. Should we play some... Let's continue playing some of the new decks. What was that? We have Melodious now. We have Chimera at almost full power now. And we have... I mean, I'm not going to play Madolce again, I'll tell you that much. But... yeah, we can play some Chimera and Melodious. Chimera without statue lock. I probably will add it, to be honest. It's cringe, but I'll probably add it to Chimera. I think you need it. Without Diabells. Alright, I like my hand. It's very good. See if this works. It does work. Okay. Did not expect that. Effect to add also works. Okay. Now, probably just add a couplet. Yeah, couplet. Heal couplet. They are playing Tenpai, which is a little scary. I guess we could... I mean, I don't want a Prosperity. I kind of want to use my Melodious Concerto draw. Make Baja. Yeah, this throws me off a little bit. The fact that they're not responding. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna Ash their Maxi talents, look at their hand and stuff like that, and now my talents is dead. I'm probably summoning Soprano here. If I summon Soprano, or I summon this, dude, I gotta think about this. Refrain, sent Soprano, special this, send Soprano, add it back, pendulum summon it, or no, normal summon it. Yeah, hold up. This. Soprano. Activate effect. Add this back. Oh, they have Bell? Was that Bell? Probably. Normal summon. this. Maybe this should not have been in the extra monster zone. Here. Back. Because, like, how do I get... Yeah, this should be down here. I messed up. If this was down here, I could just special Sonata, make the Link monster, and summon out the Aria, because I really want Aria. I really want Aria. Do we Ash the Magna or the Genroku? Neither, because I can't Ghost Bell or Ash this turn anymore, because I used this. I could just banish the Etoile. I'm just not playing around Nibiru at this point, I guess. Not ideal, but okay. I want Aria, but if I summon Aria, I can't get another fusion summon. Because, yeah, nah, I shouldn't have linked with this. I should have pendulum summoned the Chopina. I don't play Elegy, no. Oh, it's been so long since I've played this deck. That's okay. Okay, it was... What was it? It was not a Bestial. Was it Bell? I think it was Bell. Okay, so I should have definitely also had Schuberta here. And I could have. Well, at least I see how I could have done it. Well, that's not great. Special this. Elegy mod check. Maybe you should play Elegy in Master Duel. And then I summon this. Add. Ah, now they bell. Okay. Ooh, new animation? When did that happen? I'm still not sure whether it's correct to ash this or that, because now they have the field spell. But it eliminates the field spell in hand as a possible extender. Because it's like, if I didn't give them the field spell, I could have belled this now. Right? What? Huh? Do they have the only Hadra in? They have both Padras in hand? Nick boy, think about it 9 months. Yeah, I'll add the elegy. I'll take out Canon. Should we play Gamma? Maybe we'll play. Herman told me to play Gamma. To protect like your ostinato and stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hate prosperity in this deck. I know it's probably necessary for consistency, but I kind of hate it. I'll take out the Crow. And I don't know if Talons is that good. Let's do this. Do I need anything? Do I need like an Omega for the Gamma? Yeah. And I'll take out the Princess. Play Bloom Diva. I think I played Bloom Diva, I think at German Nationals. And it just never happened. Like, it never happened. Never, 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 never. I don't know. I know it's a good card. But I also don't know what I want to take out. I think everything else you kind of need. I think you can get away with one Link monster. But I also don't have ultra rare crafting points. Can I even get some? Could dismantle Medolces, I guess. Okay. I mean, we can try it. I don't mind. Panelist announcement, fountain is back at 3. See, the thing is, the reason why it's no problem is because we're gonna open more fountains anyways. Because we're gonna open the pack to try and get a royal at some point. More. You know what happens the first game after you put driver into your deck. Sick. There we are. Okay. Well then. At least they break. So what you're telling me is if I am first movement now, I can't even gamma the maxi because it only protects ostinato. Cool. Cool. Sick. Yeah. Let's do that then. Why did you have to say it out loud? I know how this stuff works. Come on. What were you expecting? Let's be real here. For a moment. Concerto. We're gonna give them some draws here, unfortunately. How has Melodious been this day? So far, 100% win rate in a total of 1 game. Fog, right? Can't even bell that because Chimera, dude. I hate it here. I hate it here. Die, please. They won't die. There's no shot they die. Yeah. Did you watch Arcane, Josh? Not the second season. Oh, come on. Yeah, I should have pendulum to driver, I guess. Why can't I activate shit? Cannot target? Oh, how cool. Reading. This is literally the most unreasonable thing to expect out of anyone to read. Like, there's too many things happening to read all of them. It is literally not possible. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects. Stupid ass deck. Surely when I have Called By in my hand, they're not gonna just imperm my only play, right? That's not gonna happen. That'd be way too weird, wouldn't it? They would never do that. Okay. Okay. I think it's these two. No, it's these two. I will add back Aria now. Full concerto for this. If you're playing this deck, you have to make sure that this is summoned as Chainlink 1, by the way, because this can miss timing. Just in case. Okay. Activate effect. Summon this. Is it worth it sending anything from the deck to the graveyard? I don't feel like I need anything. I'll just pendulum. Okay. So my monsters can't be destroyed by card effects, can't be destroyed by battle, can't be targeted. I have a bounce for 5 cards, and I have a banish for 3. Bro, not like this, man. You're not trying to do this to me right now. Sure. I think this should be fine, this matchup. I don't see how they play through this with the amount of cards that they have. Okay, this is Search, right? Rhoda? Yeah. Add a Dark, so they add Doyon. Doyon is what? Target an Adignister in your graveyard, add it to your hand. Sure. Sure. I think this is good. Pop, pop, pop. Okay. Who plays this guy? We could... If a monster is special summoned, banish a Cybers, add a Cybers tuner. Should I bounce now? Just bounce the field. The field is not once per turn. But I'm thinking about just bouncing Wicked. I could also... I think this deck, you can just let it cook. And it won't really do anything. I meant his monsters. I mean, I could bounce the monsters, but then they can still special with the island and keep going. I think it's better to let him cook for a little bit though. Heal this once per turn per attribute? Yes. Exactly. So is adding a Cyber's tuner... Okay, those are not the ones I was looking for. What do they add? There's an Adignister tuner, right? Forgot which one it was. The green one, yeah. So the green one... summons one from the graveyard. Do I care enough even, dude? I'm not sure. Oh, do I care enough about that? I don't know. Because what do they make with it? We'll see. It 12 targets? No, it doesn't. Okay, well, that was enough. Yeah. That card's crazy. I mean, Etoile is really good. Etoile is really good. Yeah. But I still think it's good in a cool way without being like too powerful because it is so contained in Melodious. Like it's so hard to use that card in other decks. Okay, Concerto. How does my line change if I have Chopina in hand? You think here and here? One, two, three. So this is gonna summon Soprano, I think. I can use this to send one from deck to grave, which I probably want to be Aria. And then I can fusion summon with this into... Oh wait, this is only you control. Okay, that's fine. I forgot about that. That's just gonna make my my line terrible into nib, but technically it's fine. I thought Soprano could also fuse from hand. Oh, nice. Dead Ostinato, I guess, kind of. It's not completely dead, actually. Pendulum 2, 3. I deserve that. I played into that for no reason. I found the one player on Master Duel playing Nibiru. No. Do we end on the same endboard if we didn't play into nib? Oh, not better. I made a mistake that was both worse into nib and would have made a worse endboard. Okay. What is happening? Has bro unlocked Mystic Mine? Vocal Zenpai, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you. What is the usual end board you aim for? I'll show you in a moment. Hold up. So, what are they trying to do? Summon Breaker and Necro Valley. Okay. How does Summon Breaker work if you activate it after the 3rd summon? Weird. So, the end board you're trying to make with this deck, and the thing is, I'm not very good at doing it, but I think it's like almost always possible. You're trying to end on this thing, which gives you the whole like banish your cards until the end phase to bounce the same number of cards your opponent controls, or up to the same number, non-targeting. You want to end on 1 or 2 of these. Which is just a DD Crow for 3 cards that you can reset. It's once while it's face up on the field, but if you banish it until the end phase with this, it'll come back and then you can do it again. And you're trying to end on at least this one, which protects all your things from targeting and battle destruction. And if you resolve the Link monster, which is sometimes kind of risky, but if your hand's really good, you can just do it. You can also put up the, I just added the Elegy because it also stops your stuff from being destroyed by Darkhold Raigeki, which is kind of being played by Tenpai right now. So yeah. That is what you're trying to end on. So yeah. Basically, always want to have Etoile, always want to have Schuberta, always want to have Aria and Elegy if possible. That's kind of setup. That's the kind of setup. All right, let's do one more Melodious and then play some Chimera as well with the barrier statue though. Remix? No, it still doesn't work. I didn't have time to fix it. My bad. I'll refund you. Let me take off. Try Super Poly? You could. Yeah. Alright, 60 card tournament pile. Okay, we resolved Max C and they pitched Thrust for Sark. Okay. Alright. There's 10 pie cards in there. Of course there is. Yeah, 2 snows, shuffler. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Heartbeat, Scream, Salik, Crime, Grief, Tomata, Beast, Sharon. Yeah. So they have in their hand Heartbeat, added back Crime. Oh, they didn't activate Scream in the graveyard. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you, I probably just deck out, right? Because they have 2 snows. There's no shot I don't deck out. 3 snow. Ah, okay, yeah. 3 snows. 3 snows, 2 bunch of Horus cards, zombie vampire. I don't think I live. Well, that card also fucks me up. Hey, that's a spellcaster. Will you be at Bologna or Anaheim? I'll be at both. But I don't think, as much as I think Domain is fun, I don't think I'm gonna have time at a YCS to play it because it's like 2 to 3 hours per game or something. Typically don't have that time. Oh, it's because you're always stuck behind the judge desk. But thank you for the 34. Starter! Okay, that was a starter. Was it your only starter? Probably not. Because you're a cringe Tenpai Andy. Yep, of course not. Now let's see if you figure out how to kill through Nightmare Apprentice. I'm pretty sure it should be possible. You don't play Lars? I don't play Lars right now, no. Although I do. I do play Lars. I don't think I die. That's why I put up the Nightmare Apprentice, because I wanted to just maybe live under Shifter and have follow-up. And I didn't exceed, but I also forgot that I played Lars, but I think I wouldn't have done it even if I remembered I played it. They decide to make seals, make sure to toggle on for the swordsman. Yeah. Yeah. Biden! Yeah, attack that apprentice. You're mad at that apprentice. Yes. You hate it. Attack it again, the apprentice. Attack the apprentice again. I'm unironically thinking about playing around Ash. Actually, getting Ash tier is kind of fine. I thought about making Chaos Angel and banishing this. Or banishing this and attacking this. If this goes through, it's so good. Of course, man. This is fine. How is this fine? I'm pretty sure this is game. I'm pretty sure I just die. Because they have guaranteed follow-up. What the fuck? What the hell? The hell was that? Please give me a play. Does this work on normal summon? Add an illusion from your deck to your hand. Oh, this is not fair. What can I add? I can't add anything. Sword Knight? Yeah, but then I don't have a normal summon anymore. I have to normal summon it. How? Oh, wait. I can send Tau for Droplet. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Alright, we add Mr. Toe. We add Mr. Toe. Sure, go ahead. Add Mr. Toe. Send to the grave, target an illusion, special summon it. Can't specials from the grave except illusion for the rest of the turn. Okay, so Droplet. Send Mr. Toe. And Apprentice, because I want to attack both in peace. Yes. Then Mr. Toe. Summon back Sword Knight. This is just game, right? Wait, did I click the right one? This one, yeah. Get owned, Tenpai Bozo! Whew. For the Typhoon win rate! Oh man, we should not have won that game. Holy. After getting shifted as well. All right, Banger Hand going first, going second into a 60 card deck. I'm not so sure about it. Yep. Well, sit back and I guess enjoy the show? Question mark? I don't know. Discard the Strudo for Imseti. Sick. All right, cool. Okay, they didn't get much from that. I got nothing either, really. I mean, I have a mirror sword in the graveyard now. That's not too bad. But they got a duplicate Horus, a Rhino Heart. Why would you... Now I can search with it! Oh, do they have talents, you think? Are they baiting me into that? They might bait me into it. We'll see. I think I still add the patchwork because I just need... I mean, I just need to hope they messed up, right? I just need to hope they didn't realize. I don't know. Oh no, they overlay with it anyways. Okay, fair enough. Okay, no draw from it. Nice. Cross. Ah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Can that deck even brick? No, I don't see what cards they would brick on. It's all gas, right? Ah, there's Snow. Welcome. Well, hi. Hi, Snow. Okay. Gazelle add Baphomet, I think. Do I go through Sword Knight? Sword Knight into... This makes this. Okay, goodbye. Hand drips are so fun. See, at least they got to leave the game after like half a minute. I had to wait for 5 minutes last game. Man, the poor 10-pipe player opened Maxi and got ashed on it. Why are decks being made with in-engine hand drips? I mean, look, the Chimera hand drip is one of the weakest ones out there. It's a random discard in the end phase. Calm down. They lost 2 cards because they Maxi minigamed and got talents. That's not in-engine of Chimera. Chill. They just discarded a D barrier, by the way. Maybe they have 2. We'll see. It could mean another one, because like otherwise it'd be a weird move to do that. I was thinking normal summon Sword Knight, use the effect. I kind of want to go into the Baphomet right away. I don't think I'm gonna have to link this turn or exceed this turn. As long as I can just play with as many cards as possible, I should be fine. Yeah. Anthony Hanzo, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate you. How is no pronounced? No. Just no. Oh, they let me start. 10 pi. All right. Well. Back to this, back to that. Yep. Have you started some Bologna prep? Yes. I'm doing quite well on my deck decision for Bologna. Of course, I don't want to spoil it on stream, but I'm confident that I'll be happy with my deck. I still haven't decided what it will be. Let's summon Nightmare Apprentice by discarding Poly. So I have already normal summoned. I don't plan on Chimera fusing again. So this should probably be... What will this be? Master Tau? And I'm gonna exceed into... If I go Beatrice, this summons from the graveyard, right? So if I go Beatrice, this will be set up for... I could set up... What's it called? Barrier statue? You know what? It'll be funny. It will be funny. Resolve. Goodbye, Duster. Is this 10 pi again? I know, they made me go first. I know it's 10 pi. I am aware that it is 10 pi. I think we done Mirror Sword Knight with the Beatrice. We could, yeah, and then revive it with Mr. Toe. Okay, never mind. Santa Claus. Yeah, okay. 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 Chundra. And Roku. Okay. So what I'm thinking right now is if I chain this now onto the Dark Barrier statue, the Chandra will stay in hand, but they can just go battle phase and attack over my barrier statue. And that could kind of fuck me up. Right? I can't prevent that at the moment. What I'm thinking is I max C this, because as of now, they can't make the level 10 because I have called by. They need Kaiman? Yeah, but I don't want to die to Kaiman if I can prevent that. I think it's okay. I don't know, maybe I should have Guardian Chimera at the Sangan summoning. Oop. See, they have Kaiman. They have Kaiman. I don't know why they're doing it in the main phase. Oh, they special from hand. Okay. Okay, that's fine though, I think. Easy clap. I mean, to be honest, that barrier statue, all it did was really negate one of their effects. It was like an impermanence that worked under the field spell. That was pretty much all it did. Oh, that was pretty good. Okay. Nice hand once again. In here. Okay. I'm thinking like, is it good if I just go this into Chimera Fusion to not be locked? At the same time, I kind of think I just need all the extra cards I can get. I think I just go Sword Knight. I think I want to do this. I don't think I have the resources to do some neat Gazelle stuff there. Master Tao in hand's annoying. I don't really mind it. So this with... So this would revive an illusion. That's fine. Yep, yep. This. Add illusion. The only thing is I can't make a rank 6 now. Because I won't have... I'm locked into fusions now, so I can't make some cool plays with that. Well, that's okay, I think. I don't even think I summoned the Nightmare Apprentice. It doesn't feel worth it right now. I think I'll just pass like this, and it'll be a hand rip. And it can set up the... I can set up the barrier statue on their turn if I want to, with the Chimera fusion. Or I can Guardian Chimera. Both possible. Ooh, I ripped Fire King Island. I hope that's a one-up. I hope that's a one-up. I think some people play 2, but if they don't, then that's massive. I guess we're about to find out. They only play 1, I hit it. That's very funny. Okay, nice. Do I stop the Bellstar? No. OER, thank you for the 28 months. And DS Carpenter, thank you for the 2. 2017 recap is on the agenda for this week. We'll see when exactly. So what I'm thinking here is I'm gonna Chimera fuse into this with this. And this. Okay. I don't even know if they saw that coming, but my plan was to send the barrier statue to the graveyard with it, but not summon it yet. But then when they activate OSS, I chain the Baphomet to it, the Gazelle rather, to summon it out, and then it stops the OSS from resolving. That'd be pretty nice. All right. Yeah, criminal activities. But I will say, without the Dia Bells, I feel like the barrier statue is necessary. Like, I don't really feel like you have enough, you know, like, it's just, you can do a lot of cool stuff, but it's all not good enough without the barrier statue. With the barrier statue, it suddenly becomes really, really good. All the things you go, oh my god, I do double Baphomet, I'm the worst. Ugh. You'll be fine. I mean, yeah, kind of. So technically, it'd be better to called by this, because then I can use Ash on Kaiman, because they are playing Tenpai. But if they have another hand trap, I really need that called by the grave. But at the same, like, if, like, as let's say I summon Gazelle and they Ash it and I don't have called by anymore, I'm destroyed. I think I just have to Ash it. I think I just have to Ash it. Because if there's another hand trap, I mean, if there's a imperm, I get cooked anyways. But like, if it's a if it's Veiler or Ash, then I need this called by the grave. Okay. Okay. I go for Lars here. I can make Lars hand rip 1 on their turn. I can summon out the barrier statue if I want to. Yeah, I think that offers me more than Beatrice. Lars. That's it. Oh, okay. That's not that bad, I think. It's slightly annoying. It's not too bad. And rip 1. Okay, a dead lightning storm is unfortunate. Now that is mega unfortunate. Yeah, I think I die now. Probably. I don't know. I should have waited. Ultimately, I don't think it makes a huge difference because it's just a matter of if they can push through this. If they know how to push through this, then it's GG. But most likely I just die. Mugen Man, thank you for the 14 months. No, I haven't played Flame Swordsman yet, and I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. To be honest, at least at the moment. Udemon, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate you. I mean, I just die, right? Because they can just turn this to attack position. Bro, what the fuck's that Tenpai copy pasta? I don't know why they activated Chundra right now. I think they thought they could make Black Rose Moonlight or something. But I'm pretty sure that mistake does not matter. All they have to do is make another Bident. Because they can't make... they're locked into... Oh no, they can make Moonlight if they play it. But they can't make Samurai Destroyer. That's what they wanted to do. It's a little weird that they're taking this long for it, because it's not that difficult. This ain't rocket science. Yeah, Quibuild also works. It's like just a matter of finding the right buttons. They're locked into fire dragons? No, Genroku locks you just into dragons. It's not fire drag. No Quibuild? You say that as like that's a defense for what they just did. You say that as if they didn't have a way to kill me. All right, I'll tell you how it works. All right, their setup, they have Field Spell, Tundra, Hydra, Fadra, Bident, and Nibiru. All right? What you do is you attack the Nightmare Apprentice 3 times. Then you synchro using Hydra and Bident into Transcendent. Then you bring the Bident back from the graveyard. Then you use the Fadra to synchro with the Bident into Trident. Trident pops the Transcendent, it goes to the graveyard, and you also pop your field spell, so it goes to 6,000 and can attack 3 times. And then you simply bring back the Transcendent from the graveyard and use its effect to destroy the Nightmare Apprentice. And it's over 20,000 damage, by the way. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. They had to scoop. They don't play Kui Belt. Like, no, they had 25,000 damage. Another Tenpai. Or just Samurai. Yeah, you could also just suggest something that was illegal because they were locked into dragons. Yep. Whatever floats your boat. Nah. Hello, Omar. Thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. All right, Gazelle. Gazelle grab Baphomet seems kind of nice. Baphomet grab Gazelle. I think there's also a bigger chance they don't hand trap this. But if they have another hand trap, it's whatever. Like, yeah, what am I gonna do? Like, what am I gonna do? They let me go first again, right? It's just another Tenpai? Sick. What locks you into fire dragons and Tenpai? They weren't locked into fire dragons, they were just locked into dragons. And that's Genroku. Biden locks too? Okay, maybe Biden then. But it's all dragon locks, right? It's not fire dragon locks. At least I don't think. You've been watching Arcane? We haven't started watching season 2 yet. But we will soon. I mean, I just die, right? This draw needed to be Ash Blossom, then it would have been fine. But it was not. Oh, Ash was called by it anyways. Yeah, then I didn't even have an out. I kind of feel like adding a third Edgium chain. I don't feel like I draw that card often enough. Pretty annoying. Here. We just make Magnum and they have to top deck. I mean, hold up. Let me think. I add Mr. Toe. I kind of want to make a rank 6. I kind of want to end on Lars in defense position. If I end on Lars in defense position, what do they do? Right? Lars in defense. They probably heavy storm or lightning storm my back row. I chain it to make... I can set up the barrier statue as well, because we do play that. And drip the Kaiman real quick. No, the heavy storm. Okay, that's kind of redundant. Okay. So they have lightning storm and Kaiman. Wait, why can't I activate? Oh, because they're all illusions. I can't chain my thing. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. Yeah, then I needed to tag out earlier. Okay, that's unfortunate. You took the... Oh, I took the Kaiman, right? They have the field spell. I mean, yeah, that's just my bad. Okay, if I let them search, do I die? Because yeah, because they just attacked the Lars first. Oh. I die, right? Well, I should die, rather, is what I should say. But it's like, Oh, it's infuriating because I didn't realize my mistake. I could have played around this. Like it would have been a safe win if I just realized that I didn't know that this needed different types. Wait, what? Okay, I don't die anymore. Sick. Nice. How kind of them. The fuck? Okay, dude. Well, that was odd. You should make a Tenpai compilation video. Maybe I should. At the same time, these kind of like super long YouTube videos don't tend to do very well. So like if I upload just like a 9-hour banger like that, I don't know how well it would do, you know? Well, this keeps happening. I keep opening Chimera Fusion with no way to dodge hand traps because I only have one. I need a third Edgem chain. Badly. Forbidden Droplet has done nothing for me. You see, I thought about this and I was like, if they do that, I will just dodge it with my Chimera Fusion. But now I'm realizing if I chain Chimera Fusion right now and I make the Chimera, I'm then forced to make Magnum with it, which would not be a good idea. So I will not do that. In which case I should have just activated Chimera Fusion and not Poly. But okay. Chain the Maxi as well. That would have worked, but I don't think that was the play. But in theory, yes. In theory, that would have worked, yeah. Prosperity. Probably Tenpai again. Vanquish Soul. Okay, hold up. Man, cooking. Can I have... Nope, okay. So Bell +1. Bell +1 does not seem that great. We'll see. Belling this is powerful. Okay, it's okay, another Jiaolong and Bell. That's not a great hand at all. Yeah, that is not a very good hand. Can you show the list after the game for Discord? Yes. Special Vanquish Soul from hand. Okay. To attack over Magnum, I assume, but I have follow-up with Sword Knight. So I think we win this. Bell only in hand, and we know it. But that's fine. Okay. Not gonna activate this. Gonna leave it in the graveyard, because that gives me fusion back. Okay, that's crazy. Alright. So we get to activate this now. Here. Normal summon little bro. Can Bell fusion to return? I mean, they know I have Mirror Sword Knight. Like, what? Doesn't really do anything. Now, do I want to be locked into fusions? I can probably afford to be locked into fusions. Honestly. Yeah. That's fine. They had to keep Ash in hand. I mean, but then I kind of messed them up as well, right? If Diabells comes out, would you still play Statue? No, I would play Diabells before Statue. 100%. So I'm probably not going to kill this turn because they can turn this to defense mode. I mean, that is probably just fine. Do you have any theory why they released Snake Eye Diabellstar but not Diabells? I think they're trying to drip feed them because it's lore and it's like a selling point. I do think Diabell should have been in the set though. Like, from a game design perspective, I don't understand it. We could make the big Chimera if we draw another illusion. Maybe. Okay. But it needs Chimera, the flying mythical beast. So this and this. This is a beast. All of them! Bum! Okay, so this has 4 attacks. I don't even need to talents take the Jiaolong. Right? Okay, before you screenshot this and post it on the Discord, let me change a thing or two. I'm not happy with Droplet. That card annoys me. I want 3 Edgem Chains. And the extra deck's fine. Not really missing anything, I feel like. Cross out. We could add the cross out back in. We could add the cross out back in. Eclipse. I think Eclipse is good. Unironically, I think Book of Eclipse is nice because you can dodge Imperm and Effect Whaler with it as well. Because you don't care if your fusion material is face down, right? Like if you go Gazelle or Baphomet effect, they Imperm or Veiler it, you can just Book of Eclipse and don't care. That seems nice. We could just leave it at 41. Honestly, I don't know. Like, yeah, we could cut a talents. We could cut a talents, but I don't know. You need Anaconda? Anaconda? Really? Anaconda could be fine. Baguska could also be fine. To be honest, I don't think we needed 2 Guardian Chimeras very often. We also didn't need 2 of this very often. We also haven't needed Karura yet. Cut 1 talents to brick less often. I mean, there's a lot of cards in this extra deck I haven't made much, like Cross Sheep as well. Cut the Cross Sheep for Stapelia. Stapelia doesn't really come up, I feel like. A Link 1 for SP. What Link 1 would that even be? Like you wouldn't play Almirage, would you? Is there one that you can make with one illusion? I don't think there is one. I'll put in the Anaconda and see if it comes up for now. Because we also didn't make the cross sheep yet. So let's just... Maybe it happens. Okay, actually, no. Screenshot. Here, take your screenshot for the Discord. This is what we're going to play for a couple games. For now. Looks solid. Got it? Alright, nice. What's your opinion on Drytron voiceless voice? I like voiceless voice. I don't like Drytron. I don't know if I would combine them necessarily. Probably not. Bro's got base sleeves, but it's playing 60 cards, so I'm kind of worried. Okay. Let me begin with Gazelle. We definitely, that's the thing, we definitely want Chimera Fusion, right? If I add Baphomet, I need the fusion, right? I think I need the fusion. Could be playing the hidden technology, that's true. Okay. Here. So what I'm thinking is I could just poly the Master Tau with the Mirror Sword Knight. And then special it back. Into what? Into this guy, right? Oh, different types. Never mind. I lied. Into nothing. I have performed a lie. Okay, nice. But I can do the same thing with Baphomet and Sword Knight, right? What's the song called? The Greatest by Sia. no, I needed to exceed first. Oh, dude, am I not activating this now? I'm not activating it. Oh my god, that's so sad. Oh god, it's so sad. No, I need Lars. I need Lars. Shit. Okay, my bad. SP or leaving these two up? Leaving these two up is good because I have the negate. That's fine. Yeah, I'm trolling a little bit. Okay. Oh man, what are you doing? Was that the runic paleo goo? Was it that? But that was it. They had an Asian name, right? Has that deck reached the OCG? That's so funny. That is so funny that they are playing that. Okay, what is the okay, they're playing Iperia with Lovely and Lady. All right, interesting approach. Threatening Roar for Tenpai. Other than that, it looks kind of I hate to say it, but it looks kind of that it doesn't. I mean, normal is not the right word for it. Definitely not. Definitely not the word. But understandable. How? I mean, all they have to do is summon Winda and attack for game. They're smart enough. Nope. All right. Well, that's 77, so they gotta keep going. They probably still win. But like... A Rainbow Bridge. No, Trivi Karma rather. Trivi Karma probably does it, right? Grief, Summon, Send Sharon's, fuse with it. Yeah. We lost. Is this deck bad? No, it's not. Chimera is like solid tier 2, I think. It's playable, but it's not the best. But it's alright. It loses to 1 Ash. Not every Chimera hand loses to 1 Ash. It's not that bad. It's a... Finally, I can dodge a hand trap. How good does that feel? Effect, effect, effect. Okay, so now I think I make Lars. And then I poly. Is Lars that good in this deck? You need a rank 6, I think. And like, it's the best one there is. I think, generic. Because you don't have beans enough to make teaser. So I think it's the best one, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good card. Isn't Beatrice for statue better? We don't need it here. We already have statue set up. I could fuse these into Magnum the Reliever to draw a card, but I don't think it's worth it. Probably set both. End phase. Apply. Oh, it's Tenpai. Okay. Well, Tenpai with 4 cards in hand. This looks good for us, I think. Okay, now. That is probably a prime Mirror Sword Knight if I've ever seen one. Oh, I should have maxied. I forgot. I forgot to maxi, Keck. I will fuse my maxi out of shame. I will pretend like I needed it in my hand to perform the fusion summon. Yeah. Yeah, see, now they will never know. They will never know that I misplayed by not using the maxi. Sweet. Did you cut Imperm Veiler because of Tenpai? Well, this deck I built after Tenpai release, but in general, in a lot of decks, I'm playing less Veiler and Imperm because of Tenpai, yes. But the Gazelle was known? Don't tell him that. They don't remember. $60 cards. Again. They did not miss. They did not miss, let me tell you. I also lose the coin flip every time against those decks today. Like 3 times or something? Kiyuma, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Oh no, it's Ritual Beast. What do you ash? I mean, unironically, ashing this might be my best chance. Maybe they don't have a starter. I think ash is not gonna be great. I guess I can also just ash Lara. Yeah, let's ash Lara. Let's hope it's enough. They have Elder too, man. It's rough out here. In theory, if I ash this, Now that I know they have Elder, it does not combo. Does it? Wait, no, they can resummon it. Lara. No, that still combos. That's still combos. I think I'll just Ash the Lara. Wait, they didn't tag out. Why did they not tag out? I guess they can still do it now. Don't give up on Madolche yet. I played a lot and it can do better than you did. I mean, I know it can do better than I did with it. I'm pretty sure we just had a rough day with Madolche. I think the deck's fine. Okay, it didn't even matter where I Ash. Yeah, Madolche got the new rank 5. And some other... Is it more than that? Is it just one card? I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, the Link 3. They got a Link 3 and the new Tiramisu. And I think there's also a trap card. Yeah. Yeah, there's a trap card too. But overall, if you think about it, kind of small wave of support for Madolche. Could have really used the new main deck monster, I think. They probably just go Colossus. Well, Colossus I can technically do something, but the problem is I also can't use Mirror Sword Knight against Rairatari. Let's just hope they go for like Baguska and I can Eclipse it and then I can maybe play through the rest. We'll see. Because, I mean, I can Kotal for... I mean, I'd have to Kotal for Gazelle and then search Poly, like Chimera Fusion. I mean, best case, they go Protoss Call Fire. Yeah, that'd be best case. I've drawn Master Tau a lot. A lot. Also, just a heads up, you guys, I do plan on streaming tomorrow and Thursday this week. But when we were in Berlin, my fiance got a little sick. And so I'm going to have to wait and see if I also catch it. So there's a non-zero chance that I'll just wake up sick tomorrow or something. But today I've been doing okay. Just, yeah. Okay, I forgot. What do I know in their hand? Did they search steeds yet? They revealed a Pelio and added a Lara. So I know there's a Lara. And a Wen I knew from earlier. I think there's one unknown still. Why don't you always tag out in draw phase with Mirror Swordnet when we have it on board? Because I thought it was main phase only until like 30 minutes ago. So I wasn't toggled on. I thought it was main phase only, I'm not gonna lie. You still streaming? Well, this was supposed to be the last one, but as you can see, we're going up against Ritual Beast. So it's not in my control right now on when I get to, you know, finish. Well, that's okay. Tadeus Tentacle, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Alright, there's steeds, and 2 level 4s are on the board. So this could be rank 4 and link 4. I mean, you're not done yet, are you? No. Okay. Baguska, steeds. One unknown in hand, the other one, I mean, the other one I technically know, but I forgot. Ah, hello. I guess in case it's Maxi, that's good. Total. Add this. Normal summon activate effect Chain Eclipse is slightly better against Effect Veiler. Against Ash Blossom, I lose regardless. Yeah. Well, nice. I waited for this long just to realize the board was beatable, but the last card in hand was another non-engine. Sick. What a great time. You could have told me that in the beginning and I would have left. Sick. Anyways. All right, you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm glad to be back. I will most likely see you guys tomorrow unless I also get sick. But the current plan is I will be here tomorrow. So until then, hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see where I can send you guys to. Let me see who's live. Master Duel. We've got Doug. I'll send you guys over to Doug. I don't know if I've rated Doug ever before. All right, you guys. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for all the support as usual. Thank you so much, everyone who followed, who subscribed. And hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace.